Okay, everybody, good afternoon and welcome to Rose Hill Christian Church and the seminar we're about to take part in. You're about ready to have a feast because this guy has a lot of information and a lot of good advice that you will not want to miss out on. You probably want to make sure you take those notes home because you'll probably be studying this for a couple weeks, I'm thinking. But anyway, let me welcome various groups. I know there's not near as many in here as I was thinking might be in here, and there may be a few more yet to come, but we got a few from Eudora, Kansas. We got somebody from Wichita. We got somebody from Fredonia. We got some Rose Hill people here, and just welcome and thanks, sir, for being here. This is going to be, I think, life-changing for you. My wife spent time listening to a seminar done by Dr. Gary Zusiak just, I don't know, last February, I believe it was, maybe. And she's like, this has got to be spread. And so we went to the effort of it, and glad that you're here. I was thinking about this a little bit, and I'm not sure if this might have come from Dr. Zusiak or from someone else that I was reading. But years ago, when smoking came out, which is before any of you kids or any, but ages ago, everybody thought it was great. You know, everybody's having a good old time, and it's enjoyable, and they just thought, this is awesome. So they put it on TV, and we get commercials, and we sell it, and it's wonderful until we find out that it causes cancer. And then the society reacts, and welcome to Douglas people, too. And the society reacts, and all of a sudden, now we're trying to backtrack and say, don't smoke. I know the next one is going to be the sugar drinks that or non-sugar sweet drinks that I have, because they already say it's probably going to, cause cancer. And so our society is reactionary to things, and we now are at a point where we really need to react. We really need to respond to what happens when it comes to using screen time. And especially with youth, they're finding studies that are showing it's just a sad story. So you are here for an important reason. Thank you for being here. Gary Zusiak is a crisis specialist at Ozark Center in Joplin. And he's been a long-time professor at Ozark Christian College. He was the director of psychology and counseling there. He was teaching Bible classes and et cetera. My alma mater, by the way. He was a former Christ in Youth, director of Youth Ministries for Christ in Youth. He's been a author of 4 books and still is, and I don't know if there's more coming. He's been the recipient of some national awards, so there ought to be a whole lot more people here to listen to this. But you are going to get treated, and that's the way it is. He also plays guitar and is a soccer referee. So I'm not sure if you brought the whistle today or not, but if you need to get after us, I could try to look for one for you somehow. He's married to his wife, Mary, which is convenient, and he is blessed by her, and sorry because she's had some recent surgery and wasn't able to be here, but she makes him, I'm sure, much of what's made him who he is. She's an RN and a deaf ministry interpreter. But what I would say about Brother Zusiak, Gary Zusiak, Dr. Zusiak, Zeus, as he's been called by many, is 2 words. One is knowledge, because you'll see as he begins to speak here, he's got a wealth of information to share with us, and he studies well, and you'll find that out. And then second is compassion. He was my youth ministry professor ages many moons ago, and I just remember from way back then, seeing tears in his eyes as he was so concerned for youth. And today he still reads all the books, trying to figure out what to do with the society and how to help. So please welcome Dr. Gary Zustiak.
All right. Thank you, Les. Well, I appreciate you guys being here, especially on a Saturday. All right. I do know that the K-State game was played, at night, or last night, I believe, wasn't it? And so, we don't have that competition. And the Red River rivalry is already over. All right, OU did beat Texas, and so most of the big games are done, so won't interfere. As Les said, I was the professor for 35 years there at the Ozark Christian College. Now, in my retirement, all right, I work 48 hours a week at the Crisis Center, 12 hours a day, answering the suicide hotline. So that's what I do in my retirement. I figured I need to put my education experience to some good use and to help the community, because that's not something everybody wants to do. So the information that I'm going to share with you today really comes out of two areas. It comes out of research and personal experience from the counseling that I have done over the past 35 years as a professor at Ozark, 15 years before that as a minister, and then just working at the Crisis Center, the different types of calls and things that we get. So I'm going to talk about mental health in general this first session, and then the second session is really going to be the bonus one. That's where I'm going to talk specifically about some concerns about electronic usage. All right, and that's what Les was referring to in terms of, there's a lot of things that we thought were harmless when we began, but then later we find out, oh my goodness, there was some real problems with them. And so that's my concerns about the overuse. Let me just emphasize the overuse of electronic devices. So that's going to be the second hour. So if you only came for that, just sleep through the first one. That's okay. All right. But we'll get to that. But the two really tie in together, because the overuse of electronic devices has created mental health issues. At least that's one of the issues that has done that. So let me pray, and then we'll begin. Father God, thank you for these who are here today, who loving parents, grandparents, concerned citizens, and speak through me today. Help me to have clarity with what I say. Bless our time together. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, according to WHO, the World Health Organization, we are in the midst of a mental health crisis. New survey from the Pew Research Center, it found that 7 out of 10 teens identified anxiety and depression as a major problem that they face. And let me just say that anxiety and depression in any age group go together. You might think that if somebody is depressed, well, they wouldn't have anxiety, or if somebody who's anxious wouldn't be depressed. But no, they go together. They are co-occurring mental health issues that people deal with. In the 10 years leading up to the pandemic, feelings of persistent sadness and hopelessness, as well as suicidal thoughts and behaviors, increased by 40% among young people. That's according to the CDC. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that 1 in 5 American children ages 3 through 17, about 15 million, have a diagnosable mental, emotional, and behavioral disorder in any given year. And that 1 in 5 really fits in also with the adult population. According to NIM, the National Institute on Mental Health, in any given year, between 20 and 25% of the adult population has a diagnosable mental health disorder. So it's not just teens. That kind of just fits the gamut. In the 1980s, all right, a long time ago, at any given point, 1 out of 10 college students would say that they needed some kind of counseling, some kind of mental health treatment. That number now in 2023, if you do a poll among college students, it's now 1 in 3. It's 1 in 3. And the trends are rising. Rates of psychological distress rose by 71% among people ages 18 to 25. Suicidal thoughts, plans, and attempts also increased. Death from suicide increased by 56% among 18 to 19-year-olds between the ages of 2008 2017. Just for a guess, how often does somebody die by suicide in the United States? In terms, what do you think? Just throw out a guess. Not every minute, praise the Lord. Every hour. Every 11 minutes. Yeah, every 11 minutes, someone dies by suicide in the United States. I mean, it is at epidemic proportions. It is the second leading cause of death for adolescents and young adults, from ages 13 to 24. It is the second leading cause of death, suicide. Multiple factors affect mental health. Identifying teenage mental illnesses sometimes can be difficult just because the adolescent experience has a lot of highs and lows and ups and downs. And that's normal because of all the hormonal changes that are going through them and then all of the social pressures that go along with that. And so it is just a time of dramatic physical and mental changes. So that makes it hard sometimes to understand, when is it normal and when is it a crisis issue. And there's not just one issue that causes mental health disorders. As you can see from the chart, all right, you've got social and economic issues, a lot of inequities with that, combined with neighborhood safety, where they live. You add to that relationships with peers, teachers, mentors, then relationships with parents, primary caregivers, and then just their age. All of these things combined contribute towards mental health. Now, treatment by mental health professionals makes a significant difference with students who struggle with mental health disorders. But the problem is, while professional help does make a significant difference, not many teenagers actually get the help that they need. In fact, 6 out of 10 teenagers with depression don't get treatment. 6 out of 10 don't get treatment. 8 out of 10 teens that struggle with anxiety do not receive treatment. Only 20% of these children ever diagnosed actually get treatment. What do you think is the average amount of time between a person, and this is teens and adults, someone's diagnosed with a mental health illness and then they seek treatment? How much time do you think lapses? What's the average? 6 months. Anybody else? 2 years. 10 years. That is the average in the United. 10 years from the time they're diagnosed, they realize they have a problem, and they actually seek therapy. Now, what do you think is the number one reason for that gap? Money is one. Yes. Time, another one, huge, especially for adults. They may be unaware of the kids having issues. Yes. Yeah, those are all good ones. But one of the major issues is the stigma that's associated with mental health issues. I mean, if you've got a broken bone, you'll tell people, hey, I need you to pray for my broken bone. I'm going to the doctor for it. Or, if you've got cancer, I'm getting chemo, please pray for me. But if you're struggling with depression, do you bring that up at the prayer meeting and ask people to pray for you? Probably not, because of the stigma associated with mental illness. Recent research indicates serious depression is worsening among teens, especially girls. Suicide rate among girls reached a 40-year high in 2015. That's according to the CDC. Now, again, there's multiple reasons why teens don't seek treatment, but the most significant is what I've mentioned. That's the stigma that is associated with mental illness. I mean, for someone to learn that you're seeing a therapist, other students will go, oh, you're crazy. You're Looney Tunes. Whoa, you're Cracker Jacks. And we have all these, really bad negative terms that we associate with mental illness. So they're just too afraid to admit it or to talk about it. Watch this video. I think it'll really explain it.
It's good to see you. It's so great to be with everyone again.
Yeah, it is.
How have you been?
I'm not good. I haven't been good. The truth is, for a while now, I feel like I've been stuck in a dark place. I can't remember feeling happy. No one really hears me, I'm good. Yeah, things are good.
That's great.
That is so typical. A teen will go to a social place and someone will say, how are you? Or even Sunday morning at church will say, how are you? And everybody says, good, fine. But if we were really honest, we wouldn't be. What does mental illness look like to teens? So we're going to hear it right from their mouths.
Depression, and anxiety, and also just feeling like I'm not good enough, feeling like people aren't going to accept me for what I am.
Sadness, stress, depression, anger.
Being anxious, anxiety, fear, anger, and frustration.
Anxiety and embarrassment are the top of the list of
very intense emotions that I deal with.
Well, I had anger and heartbreak were the main ones.
Being insecure about myself, like the way I look and like my body size.
Like I usually just like keep to myself, kind of. I'm not really like joking around or anything like that.
I feel sick to my stomach and as if nothing can go right. I feel like just like alone, and I feel like nobody can understand what I'm going through. It just kind of feels like I'm like this twig, that's a walking twig that just goes anywhere and everywhere.
It's just like emptiness, like a gap, like kind of just like is gone away from my body or so.
You just want to scream, and it's like your life is all one big puzzle.
I get shaky and my stomach gets sick and my mind is jumping to the worst case scenarios and it's all over the place, jumping to conclusions. My mind kind of like clamps together in a way, and I can't like pick out each and every thought that I can because it just swirls around and I can't like grab it and trying to work through it.
My heart is racing. I can't speak really clearly. I'm like kind of sweaty and just kind of not looking too great.
I like just get really paranoid and don't know what to do.
Sometimes it's like I get like this knot in my throat because I know that what I'm feeling, I can't express it or you can't say it.
I want to punch everything around me. Like I want to punch a wall, a bed, and
when I take pictures of myself, I kind of use a black and white filter to tell me that everything will look the same and nothing will change.
Take some deep breaths and listen to music, and talking to someone about it usually helps.
I listen to music, often music that either has to do with the things that I'm feeling or music that will make me feel the opposite of what I'm feeling. And I tell myself that whatever I'm feeling or going through, it's all going to get better and that it will end eventually.
I try to just think positive, have positive thoughts, and say I can get through it. Or I just try to just breathe and just relax.
I usually like write a poem, or like I'll try to figure out some kind of jazz chords to play on my piano to like mellow my mood a little bit. So
I try to remind myself that I'm not the only one who feels this way. I try to cool myself down to make everything go away.
That video, because you get to hear it from the teens' mouths themselves. I couldn't do a better job of describing what it's like to deal with mental illness from their perspective. And the last half of it, I don't know if you caught that, it's the kind of things they do to help with their mental illness. So that was really good input also. One of the most common mental disorders among youth today is depression. It has risen by 33%. Teenage mental health statistics say that this rate's rising even faster than the 33% among millennials. It's up by 47% average among millennials, and it's increased by 47% in boys and 65% increase among girls. And I'll talk in the next session why I think girls struggle with depression more than guys do, because it's going to be directly related to social media. Now, when we talk about depression, unfortunately, depression, that word is bannered about. We use it, I think, sometimes unprofessionally, kind of carelessly, and if we're just sad, if we're having a sad day, and everybody has a sad day, nothing abnormal about having sad days. In fact, sometimes that's a healthy response to be sad. You lose somebody close to you, you lose a mother, father, or sibling, and you're sad. That's a healthy response, to be sad. Or, you get fired from a job unexpectedly. Or, the plant where you're working closes down unexpectedly. And you just find yourself sad and down. That's normal, but that's not depression. Okay, in order to be diagnosed with a clinical depression, you have to have the symptoms for 2 weeks minimum. Okay, for 2 weeks minimum, that's how long you have to have those symptoms. And the symptoms would be that of low self-esteem, loss of interest in your normal, enjoyable activities, sleep disorders, either sleeping too much or not being able to sleep at all. You've lost your energy. You can't concentrate. You don't want to do your major activities that usually brought you joy. And if a teen had one episode of a major depression, they are at a higher risk for having another compared to the general teen population. It is depression, clinical depression has some very severe symptoms, and it can cause bouts that last for long periods of time. So it really does adversely affect teens. Now, there are differences in the severity of it, but if you notice changes in your teens' emotions and behavior, you need to be on alert for that. So here's some things to look for. Emotional changes. Be alert for just the feelings of sadness and crying spells for no apparent reason. Okay, let me add that, for no apparent reason. Frustration. Feelings of anger, especially over what we would consider small, trivial matters. Feeling hopeless or empty, irritable. They have an annoyed mood. Loss of interest in what usually brought them pleasure. Loss of interest or conflict with family and friends. They're struggling with low self-esteem, feelings of worthlessness or guilt. A fixation on failures or exaggerated self-blame and self-criticism. Extreme sensitivity to rejection or failure, and maybe an excessive need for reassurance. Trouble thinking, concentrating, making decisions, remembering things. Ongoing sense that life and the future are grim and bleak. And then the most serious aspect of a clinical depression are frequent thoughts of death, dying, or suicide. And I'll talk about those a little bit later here in terms of, because almost everybody who has suicidal ideation will drop hints about it. And so there are behaviors, there are verbal clues, nonverbal clues, situational clues, and I'll talk a little bit about those. Besides the emotional changes, there are behavioral changes to watch for that's signs of clinical depression. Tiredness, loss of energy, insomnia, you can't sleep or they sleep too much, changes in their appetite, either decreased appetite and weight loss or increased cravings and eating all the time and weight gain, use of alcohol or drugs, agitation, restlessness, pacing, hand-wringing, inability to sit still, slowed thinking, speaking or body movements, frequent complaints of unexplained body aches, headaches, or at school if they've made frequent trips to see the nurse, for unspecified problems. They just, got to go see the nurse. School isolation, poor school performance, frequent absences from school, less attention to personal hygiene and appearance, especially if that's different for them. Angry outbursts, disruptive or risky behavior, other acting out behaviors, self-harm. This is a huge one among teenagers. Self-harm, the usual term for that is cutting. But it's not just cutting. They will do burning, they'll do scraping, bruising, purposely banging their heads against brick walls, throwing themselves downstairs in attempt to break bones. There's any number of self-injurious behaviors. If they had a wound, they'll keep picking at that wound so that it won't heal. They don't let it scab over. Excessive piercing or tattooing. Now, just because the teen wants to get a tattoo doesn't mean that they're, depressed. I mean, that's just kind of one of those popular things that teens want to do today. But it's when it's excessive, all right, that we're talking about. And if they make a suicide plan or there is a suicide attempt. Now, what's normal and what's not? We've talked about these emotional and these behavioral signs, and you're kind of like, I got a teenager. All that is normal for them. How do you differentiate between the normal ups and downs and when it really is a clinical depression? Well, the number one thing to do is just talk with your teen. Just talk with them. Try and determine if they're really truly struggling with something, or if it's just, they're trying to find their way. They're trying to create their own identity, their own personality. They're trying to differentiate, from parenthood and become independent, and they're just trying out all these different personas, which, every teenager does. Those things, but just talk with them. Try and find out if this is normal or if there is something underlying that they're struggling with. Now, when should you see a doctor or a healthcare specialist, professional? When the depression signs and symptoms continue and they begin to interfere with your teen's life. When they can't do what we call their adult daily activities, the ADLs, adult daily living activities. When they don't get up and they can't get to school, they don't stay awake at school, they want to drop out from band, they want to drop out from the choir, they want to drop out from the football team, they don't hang around with their friends anymore, they just want to come home, turn the lights out in their room and listen to the music and sleep. It's interfering. That's when you're concerned. Or if you pick up on any type of suicidal hints, threats, or behaviors. Let me just throw this out for you right now. If you suspect that your teen is suicidal and you don't know what to do, we now have a national number, and that number is 988. And so just with your cell phone, just go 988. Or a landline, 988. And the way that they are set up is the national suicide hotline is set up so that it looks at your area code and then it automatically directs you to the closest mental health facility to you. And so that way they can inform you about the different mental health resources that are in your area according to your prefix on your phone. So 988 is the only number that you need to know now for suicide intervention. And that is a 24/7 number, 365 days of the year. So that's one you just need to keep in your contacts. Depressive symptoms, if your teen is truly clinically depressed, you need to hear this. They will not get better on their own. Once they're clinically depressed, because what happens is when someone's clinically depressed, the serotonin production, the neurotransmitters in their brain quit producing. And they need to have a low dosage medication and some CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, that will help to stimulate those neurotransmitters being active again to get them out of that depression. If you just wait for your kid to get better, you're risking a suicide attempt. So that's really, if they don't get better on their own, they may get worse. So get them to a primary care physician or a mental health professional when they're depressed. Very, very serious. Now, let's talk about teen anxiety. What is it like? We talked about depression. What's anxiety like? Let's hear it from the words of a teen.
I can't breathe. I have migraines, numbness, weight loss. I live with it every day. The illness that I'm suffering from is an anxiety disorder, and it deserves to be treated like any other illness. But it's not. I can't breathe.
Again, I couldn't describe that any better than what she did. Anxiety disorders are the most prevalent in this age group and are more common among older than among younger adolescents. About 3.6% of 10 to 14-year-olds, 4 to 6% of 15 to 19-year-olds experience an anxiety disorder. Now, again, let me differentiate. There's a difference between having anxiety and having an anxiety disorder. You know, if you hear a tornado siren go off and you start to feel anxious, that's not a mental health disorder, all right? That's a healthy response because you need to head to the basement. If you're driving your car down the freeway and you find yourself in a thunderstorm, all right, and all of a sudden you start hydroplaning, so, and your heart starts racing, all right, and you're a little anxious, that's good. Okay, that's not a mental illness. So not all anxiety is an illness, but there is an anxiety disorder, which is when you have this stressed out feeling for longer and in situations where it's not appropriate. They can profoundly affect school attendance, school work. And again, it's not always easy to tell typical stress when it crosses over into an anxiety disorder. And teens with anxiety disorders struggle with feelings of tension and fear that does interfere with their work and their schoolwork. And there's different types of anxiety disorders. The most common is what we call GAD, generalized anxiety disorder. And generalized anxiety disorder is this general sense of dread and of fear that the shoe's going to drop, something horrible's going to happen. If you ask them what it is, they don't know. But I just got this really bad feeling. I just know something bad's going to happen. And so that is as opposed to a specific anxiety like a phobia. Arachnophobia, where you're really afraid of spiders, all right? Hydrophobia, you're really afraid of water. Or there's something very specific. Do you know what the most common phobia is in the U.S.? This is for teens and adults. That's it, what I'm doing right now. All right, that is 20% of the U.S. has a fear of public speaking. That's the major anxiety. And so a lot of that's part of what students have to do. They have speech classes and things. And so having to get up and give a report just makes them so anxious. So that's the difference of the two different types of anxieties, a specific anxiety like a phobia and generalized anxiety disorder. So again, like I've said, anxiety is a part of life, but when it becomes dysfunctional, these are when you should become concerned. when the fear or the worry is more than temporary, when it will not go away, when it gets worse, the intensity of it gets worse over time, when your child is unable to function and do the things that are age appropriate, when it affects their eating, sleeping, normal functions as a child. Again, talk about these issues with the child's physician or seek out mental health services, but try to talk with your general practitioner first, because there are other conditions that contribute towards anxiety that's not the mental illness anxiety. Low blood sugar, certain medications that a child might be taking, thyroid problems. There's a lot of other issues that contribute towards anxiety that should be eliminated first before looking at a mental health professional. So the diagnostic criteria, the 6 main symptoms of anxiety are sleep disturbance, restlessness, muscle tension, fatigue, irritability, difficulty concentrating. Again, if your child just seems excessively worried and they can't control their worry, it's just impairing their ability to daily function, that's when you need to think about getting them some help. Now, there are other disorders, and I'm going to kind of run through some of these a little more quickly because they're not as common. You will have behavioral disorders. The most common behavioral disorder is ADHD, attention deficit disorder. That occurs among 3.1% of 10 to 14-year-olds, 2.4% of 15 to 19-year-olds. Conduct disorder, 3.6% of 10 to 14-year-olds, 2.4% of 15 to 19-year-olds. Conduct disorder is when kids become super violent and destructive. All right, and you can't, they seemingly can't control that. Another mental health issue that is very serious are eating disorders among teens. There are 3 major types of eating disorders: anorexia, bulimia, and BED, which stands for binge eating disorder. Anorexia is where they will purposely restrict their diet intake. They just basically are starving themselves. And it's not always easy to catch because they will come to the table, they will sit there, but they will just move their food around on the plate, maybe even take a bite if you're watching them, and then take their napkin, looks like they're wiping their face, and they'll spit it out, all right, and then get rid of it later. Anorexia is not a diet plan. Anorexia is it has the highest lethality rate of any mental disorder in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. Between 20 and 25% of people diagnosed with anorexia will die from it. And there have been some really famous people. I mean, I'm older than everybody here, but Karen Carpenter, the Carpenters were a really popular music group. She died from it. Christy Heinrich was a U.S. gymnast. She died from it. There have been a number of models who have died from anorexia. The issue with anorexia is basically one of control, because they symbolize the control of their caloric intake as taking back control over their life. Because these are kids who feel like that their parents or their teachers or somebody else is over controlling their life. And so they will do that to symbolically take back control of their life. Very deep psychological issues going on there. But it's a very serious issue, anorexia. Bulimia is where they will eat a huge amount of food. And I don't mean just going back for seconds at the Golden Corral, all right? I mean, they'll eat on a Friday night when nobody's there. They'll eat a large pepperoni pizza, a bucket of Kentucky Fried, down a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper, a whole bag of chips, a whole gallon of Chunky Monkey, Ben and Jerry's, and, at one sitting. And then they feel guilty about it, so then they purge. And there's 3 ways that they will purge. One is they stick their finger down their throat and they purposely vomit everything up. And you can imagine the dangers of that. All right, because the stomach acids would eat away the enamel on their teeth. They can also rupture their vocal cords. There's they can cause a rupture in their esophagus. The other way they'll do it is they take massive amounts of laxatives. And so they will poop it out the other end. And again, that's not good. The third way they do it is through excessive exercise. Because they're fearful of gaining that weight from the massive amount of calories that they have consumed. Binge eating disorder is just like bulimia, except they don't purge. And so there's massive weight gain with kids who are doing binge eating disorder. And again, it's highly secretive. You may not know it because they'll hide the pizza boxes and the paper bags and whatever it kind of came in under their bed or in their closet, and then try and get rid of the evidence when parents aren't aware and aren't watching. Substance use disorder is another mental health disorder of teens. Several things contribute to that: genetic predisposition, environmental acceptance, and peer pressure. Another is borderline personality disorder among teens. Borderline personality. My wife is an American Sign Language interpreter, and this is the ASL sign for borderline personality disorder. So you understand what that's saying? That's what borderline personality is. It's people who have an overwhelming need to be loved by others, but they're so afraid that those people will reject them that they purposely push them away before they can get rejected. But after they've pushed them away, they've got to have them back. But then they'll push them away again, then they have to have them back. Teenage schizophrenia is another one. That's kind of more of a rare one. Teen trauma, PTSD. These are kids who have been through something highly traumatic. It can be a natural disaster. If you have a tornado go through your area and they experience that tornado, maybe even a death in their family from that or friends, any natural disaster, or if they're at school and there's a school shooting, all right, they will have PTSD. If there's physical, sexual abuse in the family, any type of tragedy that's an acute trauma, they will end up PTSD. Risk of suicide. Let me go down to this. Again, it's the number 2 cause of death among adolescents from 12 to 23. The big 5 of mental health disorders that are concerned for being at risk for suicide: borderline personality disorder that I just talked about, they are 400 times more susceptible to, more likely to die by suicide than the general population. Anorexia, at risk 23 times. Major depressive disorder, 20 times more likely to die by suicide than general population. Bipolar disorder, 15 times. And schizophrenia, 8.5 times. Youth suicide is nearly 5 times more likely in the offspring of mothers who died by suicide, twice as common among offspring of fathers who died by suicide. Now, let me clarify something right now. There's no such thing as a suicide gene. All right? You cannot pass on suicide genetically. But what does happen is the reason for these statistics, 5 times greater if a mother dies by suicide, 2 times greater if a father dies by suicide, is because more is taught than is caught. More is caught than is taught. More is caught than is taught. What I mean by that is when you grow up in a dysfunctional family where people do not have healthy ways of coping, and they have dysfunctional ways of coping, that's what you learn by example. You just soak that in for your daily living in that. And so if mom dies by suicide, then when you're of that age and you've never been taught any healthy ways to deal with stress, anxiety, and depression, then you will choose what mom chose. So that's what happens there. More teenagers and young adults die from suicide than from cancer, heart disease, AIDS, birth defects, stroke, pneumonia, influenza, and chronic lung disease combined. And what's the really sad thing about that statistic? Suicide's preventable. It's preventable. Every day in our nation, there's an average of 3,703 attempts by young people ages 9 through 12, grades 9 through 12. Among students in grades 9 through 12 in the U.S., this is 2020, 18.8% of students seriously considered attempting suicide in the previous 12 months. So put that in perspective, every 5 kids considered suicide in the previous year. 13.6 actually made a plan on how they would do it. 8.9 attempted, and 2.7 made an attempt that resulted in an injury. Now, there's some other teenage mental health conditions, and I'm not even going to go into these because we're out of time here. Narcissistic personality disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, histrionic personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder, gaming disorder. Yes, that really is one. So, how has COVID-19 impacted mental health of teens? Well, in December of 2021, Surgeon General released a public health findings. Since the start of the pandemic, 25% of youth surveyed experienced depressive symptoms and 20% reported feeling anxious. That was double the pre-pandemic rate. That's how much the pandemic affected it. And it just took a huge toll on the mental health of people everywhere, especially kids. So you may wonder, what can be done to help our children and teens who are struggling with mental health disorders? What can we do? I'm glad you asked that question. Come back for our third session, and I will tell you. All right, because there are some specific things that we can do. All right, Les?
Okay, we're just going to take a brief break. So if you need a restroom and need to mill around out there for a little while, feel free. It'll probably be, since you've got plenty to come, probably just 5 minutes or so.
All right.
Okay?
Sounds good. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and start because we're probably in big trouble because I had 9 pages of notes. It took me 45 minutes to get through it. I've got 14 pages of notes, all right, for this 45 minutes. And I got to make sure I stop on time because we've got another speaker that's going to be here at 5 o'clock. It's how law enforcement is going to talk about things that affect young people. So let's just get right into this one. The impact of technology on the mental health of students. So let me recommend some books. If you want more on this, I've got 3 books that I want to recommend to you. The first book is entitled iGen. This is written by Jean Twenge, and she is the foremost sociologist in the United States on studying the different generations of adolescents. And the research that comes out of her book is extensive. They researched 40,000 teenagers. And so this is not just, you research 500 kids and then you extrapolate, to the whole nation. They actually did surveys across the whole nation. And so most of what I'm going to give you today comes out of her book, iGen. Then the second book, Glow Kids. That one is especially good because it's just about the effect of electronic devices on children and adolescents. iGen is more about the sociological aspects of it. And then the third book, The Coddling of the American Mind. Again, this is more a sociological evaluation of some of the things that have happened in our culture. And they are, and actually, Haidt and Lukanoff, who wrote this book, got most of their information from iGen. And so all their quotes are pretty much from iGen that they add to their own research. And so these are the 3 books that if you really want to know more about the effect of electronics on children and adolescents, those are the ones that I would recommend to you. Now, I'm going to show you a video clip. There are 2 videos that I highly recommend to you. The first one is called The Social Dilemma. The Social Dilemma. The second one is called Social Media Dangers Documentary. Now, both of these, The Social Dilemma and Social Media Dangers Documentary, can be found on YouTube. So you can watch them there on YouTube in their entirety. And I highly encourage you to do that. They're about an hour and a half long. But especially The Social Dilemma is about how the software engineers in Silicon Valley purposely engineered the video games to be addictive. And they're just acknowledging and admitting that. We purposely, and not just video games, every social media platform, whether it's Snapchat or Facebook or Instagram, any of those are purposely designed to make you addicted to them. So let me just show you, this is just kind of the commercial for The Social Dilemma. Go ahead and play this.
When you go to Google, you live, and the particular things that Google knows about your interests.
That's not by accident. That's a design technique.
What I want people to know is that everything they're doing online is being watched, is being tracked. Every single action you take is carefully monitored and recorded.
A lot of people think Google's just a search box, and Facebook's just a place to see what my friends are doing. What they don't realize is there's entire teams of engineers whose job is to use your psychology against you. I was the co-inventor of the Facebook like button.
I was the president of Pinterest,
Google,
Twitter, Instagram.
There were meaningful changes happening around the world because of these platforms. I think we were naive about the flip side of that coin.
We get rewarded by hearts, likes, thumbs up, and we conflate that with value and we conflate it with truth.
A whole generation is more anxious, more depressed.
I always felt like fundamentally it was a force for good. I don't know if I feel that way anymore.
Facebook discovered that they were able to affect real-world behavior and emotions without ever triggering the user's awareness. They are completely clueless.
Fake news spreads 6 times faster than true news. We're being bombarded with rumors.
If everyone's entitled to their own facts, there's really no need for people to come together. In fact, there's really no need for people to interact.
We have less control over who we are and what we really believe.
If you want to control the population of your country, there has never been a tool as effective as Facebook.
We built these things and we have a responsibility to change it. The intention could be, how do we make the world better? If technology creates mass chaos, loneliness, more polarization, more election hacking, more inability to focus on the real issues, we're toast.
This is checkmate on humanity.
So you can watch it if you got Netflix. I think it's still available through Netflix, but especially on YouTube, you can watch the entire hour-and-a-half documentary. Now, electronic devices and digital media have certainly improved our lives in many different ways. For one thing, I love going to new places now and big cities and driving in big cities because it doesn't scare me like it used to. And you know why? 3 letters. GPS. I just listen to what that lady tells me to do. All right, you know. She says, turn here, I turn. She says, get in the middle lane, I get in the middle lane. And I end up, you know, smile on my face. Not like the old days with the old paper maps, all right, that caused more fights and divorces, all right, than anything else ever did on trips, all right. So there's, you know, and, you know, my brother lives in Oregon. And when my mother and sister were still alive, you know, we could send pictures of the grandkids and we could, you know, we could FaceTime. There's a lot of really nice advantages to the development of electronics and social media. So I'm not against it, all right? I have an iPhone, I have 2 iPads, I have 2 MacBook Pros, all right? I've got the electronics. I'm not against the electronics. I am concerned about the overuse of electronics and being unaware of how they influence. That's my concern. So, what's driving the surge in mental illness and suicide that we talked about previously? The pandemic certainly, you know, increased all that. But sociologist Jean Twenge pinpointed through her research when anxiety and depression started going up. She has the exact year. It's 2007. What came out in 2007? The iPhone, the smartphones. Yep. That's what came out in 2007. And they began to see that as the main cause of the mental health crisis that began, especially to spike in 2011. Now, Twenge finds there's 2 activities that are significantly related to depression and suicide. And that is electronic device use, like smartphone or a tablet or a computer, and watching television. Now, on the other hand, she also discovered 5 activities that have an inverse relationship with depression. inverse relationship means the more that students engage in these activities, the less likely they are to be depressed and anxious. Sports or any other form of exercise. Attending religious services. That's always a good one. Churches, we like that. All right, there's score one for us, you know. Reading books and other print media. And let me just say, now I've got a Kindle, all right? And when I travel, you know, if we're going on vacation, I will download a whole bunch of books to my Kindle so I don't have to pack my suitcase full of, you know, of books. But they have done studies. There, you read off of a screen differently than you do from print. And you don't retain as much from a screen as you do from print. Now, they are still trying to figure out why, what's going on in their brain that does that. But let me just tell you, there is a significant difference. I am not a fan of all of our schools going to Chromebooks for our kids and downloading all of their textbooks on the Chromebook because they do not retain as much from that, because you read it differently, plus all the other stuff I'm going to talk about here. But, you know, the horse is already out of the barn. We're never going to put that horse back in. I think we're saddled with that. In-person social interactions, and students are going to hate this, but doing homework. Yeah, all right, thank you. I got my amen corner there. All right. Yeah, all right. And go ahead and put these next two up. So if you want to see this in terms of a bar graph, and this comes right out of Gene Twenge's book, iGen. And so you can see the percent, all right. Sports and exercise is the most, all right. But then religious exercises, activities and things, all of those actually make a person less likely to struggle with depression and anxiety. But just internet news, television, and social networking websites. Hit that next, show that one up too. That first one was eighth grade, was one subsection. This is the same thing for eighth graders. Pretty much looks the same. All right, but if you'll notice, eighth graders are even more susceptible than older teens to the effects of social media and television, because their brains are at a crucial developmental place. And so they're more susceptible to these things. So what separates the two lists, if you saw that? It's screen time versus non-screen time. Now, here's the issue. Like I said, I'm not against electronic devices. I am against the overuse of electronic devices. Here's what Gene Twenge discovered, the magic number. And the magic number is 2 hours. It's 2 hours. When kids use screens for 2 hours, and I mean of their leisure time, so you can't hold their school time against them, because the schools are giving them Chromebooks after their textbook. So you don't hold that against them. But it's when they get home and they have their leisure time, you know, from 3 to 10. If it's below 2 hours a day, there's no elevated risk of depression or anxiety. Above 2 hours a day, the risk grows larger with each additional hour of screen time. And kids who spend more time off of screens, especially if they're engaging in non-screen social activities, are at lower risk for depression and suicidal thinking. As use increases, so does the risk of mental health problems, including depression, anxiety, ADHD, mood disorders, suicidality. Teens who use electronic devices for more than the 2 hours a day report significantly more mental health symptoms, increased psychological distress, and more suicidal ideation. Children using devices for more than 2 hours per day have increased risk of depression, and their risk rises as screen time increases. Again, the lowest risk they've observed in children is for children who use screen devices less than 1 hour a day. Less than 1 hour a day. This is their free time. Remember, we're talking about not school, but their free time. Studies have shown that children with ADHD symptoms spend more hours engaged in screen time activity than children without ADHD. As the amount of time spent with device increases, so do the symptoms of ADHD. There was a study a year ago, fascinating. A school down in Texas totally eliminated the need for medication on their students that had been diagnosed with ADHD. And what they did was they mandated every class would be just 45 minutes, and then the kids had to have 15 minutes of recess, all right, for physical activity. Then they would come back in, have 45 minutes of instruction, 15 minutes of recess all day long. And when they did that, gave those kids those 15-minute breaks for physical exercise, they totally eliminated the need for ADHD medication in those kids. I don't know why more schools haven't picked up on that. I thought that was seriously, I mean, and wouldn't you rather play outside than pop a pill? Yeah, amen. All right, there we go, out of the mouth of babes, I don't know why more haven't picked up on that. And it just makes sense to me. Another serious issue of concern related to electronic use, and this is a serious one, it's that of sleep deprivation. I think we just kind of poo-poo sleep. And we tend to think, oh, it's nice if I can get a lot of it, but if I don't, no big deal. And I'm talking adults here too, all right? When you don't get the amount of sleep that you need, it has an adverse effect on your life. So here's what happens with kids. First of all, you want to take your electronic devices away from your kids an hour before their bedtime. And the reason is because the electronic devices have a blue light in them that stimulates the part of the brain that tells the brain it's morning, it's time to get up, and let's be alert and awake. So when they have their electronic device 1 minute before they have to go to bed, you put them in bed, take the device away, the kid just lays there wired because of the blue light, all right, that has stimulated that part of his brain. Now, even a loss of just a half an hour can affect a kid's behavior the next day. Here's another problem with electronic devices in the bedroom. Besides the blue light that keeps them awake, and this one is more for adolescent girls, they sleep with their phone under their pillow. And every time they hear a ding, they wake up and they got to check social media because they have to see who liked them or who among their string of friends got a like or who posted a new picture. And so they wake up every time they hear that notification ding. And when that happens, when they wake up, you need to understand that the sleep cycle has like 4 different levels of sleep. And you have to start from 1, go to 2, to 3, to 4, then to 3, to 2, to 1, to 2, to 3, to 4, to 3. You have to go up and down throughout the night. And every time that ding happens and they wake up, they have to start over again. And so they don't spend enough time in those deep levels of sleep because of that electronic alert. Twinkies research found teens who spend 3 or more hours a day on electronic devices were 28% more likely to get less than 7 hours of sleep. And teens who visit social media sites every day, 19% more likely not to get adequate sleep. Why is that significant? Because people who don't get adequate sleep are more prone to depression and anxiety. One of the keys to understanding the phenomenon that devices take us away from real life interactions with people. As human beings, God created us an ultra social species. We need to have sufficient face-to-face time. And all the studies have shown that virtual time is not the same as actual in-person connections. It doesn't do the same thing psychologically, emotionally, and cognitively. And you'll hear kids say, hey, I've got 150 friends. No, you really don't have 150 friends. You might have 150 friends on Facebook, but that's not the same as having 5 friends that you hang out with after school, and a Friday night going to the ball games together, then out for pizza afterwards, and actually having social interaction. The number of teens who actually get together with their friends every day in person has been cut in half in just 15 years, with steady declines. iGeners spend less time interacting with their friends face to face than any previous generation. Now, like I said, Twenge is not against screen time per se, but she is concerned about the overuse of screen time and what the screen time is keeping us from. And one of those is those social interactions. And especially for girls, there's a more insidious issue that's at hand. Can you see this? Look at this is how much, this is the percentage of 8th, 10th, and 12th graders who attended parties once a month, starting in 76, all right, then you go to 92, then you look at, at 2007, right about when the iPhone came out, look at at the drop of kids actually spending time together. Do you remember 20 years ago, going down to the mall on a Friday night? Every week, yeah. I mean, that was the junior high hangout. I mean, we even termed them mall rats, all right, Remember that? That was the fun thing to do. You'd go down to the food court and you would just hang out. And you would walk with your group up and down, Most malls are almost dead now. Our mall in Joplin is just pretty much dead. I don't know how much longer it will actually keep a store. You don't ever see any kids in there anymore. Whereas they used to just take over the food court. It's because of this. They do not hang out face to face anymore. Now, why is this of a great concern in terms of social media? Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Students frequently attempt to reach out for support or validation on social media in terms of likes, clicks, or comments. When nobody comments on their picture, their stress level rises and their depression rises. Now, here's another reason why the social media especially has a negative effect on teenage girls, is because all of the posts that go up on Facebook and Instagram are curated versions of their lives. So let me explain what I mean by that. If I'm going to pick a picture of me or a typical male up on Facebook, I grab my phone and I go, psh, yep, okay. And then I put it up on Facebook. Girls don't do that. Girls take that phone and they go, psh, 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 and they'll take 20 different poses and things. And even then, it's not enough. They choose the one, then they pass it through a filter. They got to pass it through a filter to make them look better than what they really are. And after they've found it that way, then they post it on Facebook. And all their friends are now jealous because they go, oh man, I wish I looked as good as she does. Well, in reality, she doesn't look that good. It's a phony picture. But everybody's jealous of that curated picture. And this is the latest phenomenon. Girls, when they hit like 18 for a graduation present, you know what they're asking for? You'll never guess. It's related to this. Plastic surgery, so that they can look like their curated version of themselves on Facebook. Another issue is what teenagers refer to as FOMO. And FOMO is fear of missing out. So when the kids are at night and they hear a ding and they grab that phone from under their pillow, they look at it, and here's 4 of their friends at somebody's house having a great time, and what's the first thing that goes through their head? I'm not there. Yeah. I wasn't invited. I'm a reject. Nobody loves me. I didn't get a chance to have fun. And so that fear of missing out, FOMO. And FOMO evolves into FOBLO, which is the fear of being left out. So Twenge says girls use social media more often, giving them additional opportunities to feel excluded and lonely. So go ahead and put these next to. I think I got some more charts up here. This is the 8th, 10th, 12th graders. Mostly agree. I often feel left out. Now, notice, when did that spike start? 2007, with the invention of the smartphone and that whole social media awareness. Go ahead and hit the next one. So, showing the difference here again, all right, the risk of loneliness based on the time spent, on screen versus the others. All right, another issue is false standards. We've already talked about that curated version, about, you're running it through a filter so you make your lips more plump and I don't know what makes people more pretty. I mean, I don't know. I'm a guy. I just, I don't know. But that's what they'll do, is they'll pass through the filter and they do all that. And again, another reason why social media is harder on girls than it is on boys is because girls are aggressive in different ways that boys are aggressive. If boys are aggressive, if I've got a beef against another guy, what are we going to do? Fight, physically fight. That's right. We're going to meet behind the school, all right, and we're going to duke it out. Now, and usually, once we beat each other bloody, what happens? Yeah, it's all good, right? We're best friends now. Yeah, it's all good. We got it out. Girls don't fight that way. Girls fight relationally. And so if a girl has it against another girl, and they're kind of in a group of 5, that girl gets the 4 other girls to ostracize her, to not include her in the parties, to not include her in the pictures. and to write horrible things up on social media about her pictures and her things that she's doing. And so she feels that rejection. And so girls are relationally aggressive, and they hurt their rivals' relationships, reputations, and social status. And they do it by using social media to make sure that other girls know they're being intentionally left out. And one of the worst ways that girls will fight is if they know that a particular girl has been in a relationship with a guy and he's asked for a nudie to be sent to him. She has sent that. They will convince that boy to give them that nudie, and then they send it all over social media. So when that girl walks down the hall of school the next day, everybody pulls their phone up with that nudie of her and humiliate her to death. That's the kind of thing that happens. Now, how much time do adolescents spend online? Short answer is a lot. Too much. High school seniors spend an average of 2.25 hours a day texting on their cell phones, 2 hours a day on the internet, 1.5 hours a day on electronic gaming, and about a half an hour on video chat. Okay, if you were keeping track of that, that's 6 hours a day on social media, on electronic devices. That's not including school time. Okay, this is free time. And 8th graders, still in middle school, not far behind. 1.5 hours texting, 1.5 hours online, 1.5 hours gaming, about half an hour video chat, about 5 hours per day. So go ahead and put these next ones up, if you would, please. So if you want a pie chart. All right, that one, again, that's 12th graders. Go ahead and hit the next one. This is 8th graders. You can see same kind of things. Now, the content that children are exposed to online also contributes to mental health problems. Remember when I talked about mental health issues, I talked about self-harm and cutting and eating disorders. There are 2 different sites, groups of sites on the internet, and they are called Anna sites and Mia sites. So if you have a girl who talks about my friend Anna, I'm talking with my friend Mia. Those are not real people. That stands for anorexia and bulimia. And these websites, you see that one called Finspiration? These are websites that are run by women who have eating disorders trying to encourage other women who have eating disorders. And so they share all their secrets on how to hide their disorder from parents and other adults. And they'll even have contests to see who can lose the most weight. And whoever dies first wins. And when this was first recognized and discovered, mental health people contacted the media platforms, all right, like Google and what's the other major platform? Yeah, you got Google, Bing. There was another one for a while that everybody had. Not Firefox. Yahoo, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Google and Yahoo were kind of the 2 main platforms for social media. They contacted them and wanted these taken down. And Google and Yahoo refused to take them down because they said it was a matter of First Amendment free speech. So they're still out there. So want you to be aware of some of those sites that are out there. All right, we've talked a little bit already about the lack of face-to-face social activities. Students are less likely, because of social media, to take place in face-to-face activities. Let me jump over this. What's the result of spending more time online and less face-to-face interaction? Put up these next. So you can see this is less time together. Hit the next one. Again, these are 8th to 10th graders, less time, and hit the next one, who spend 10 or more hours a week online. So what those last charts showed you is that since 2007, teens have spent less and less time face-to-face interactions, and they're spending more and more time online. So the result is kids tend to be more unhappy than they have ever been because of that. Research after research comes to the same conclusion, that teens who spend more time on screens are more likely to be depressed, and those who spend more time in non-screen activities are less likely to be depressed. 8th graders who are heavy users of social media increase their risk of depression by 27%, while those who play sports, do religious services, homework, cut their risk significantly. Now, not only are teens who spend too much time on media at higher risk for depression, they're actually lonelier than they've ever been before, by their own admission. Snapchat pictures, constantly updating everyone and what they're doing, but it doesn't assuage their loneliness. In fact, teens are lonelier than they were even just 5 years ago. The stunning 31% more 8th and 10th graders felt lonely in 2015 than they did in 2011, and 22% more 12th graders, the same thing. That's monumental change in just 4 years. Teens are now lonelier than at any time since survey began in 1991. And it's because social media has isolated them from actual face-to-face interactions. Here's another issue. Research has shown that increased time with electronic devices has led to a wide variety of serious physical health problems, including insulin resistance, obesity, increased abdominal fat, higher risk for type 2 diabetes. And there's several reasons for this that have contributed to these health issues. The one is they're leading more sedentary lives. So they're spending less time outside in physical exercise, less time riding their bikes, less time, down at the park playing basketball with their friends, less time out on the soccer field, less time playing tennis, less time doing any of those physical activities. The other is when they are leading the sedentary life, they just spend all their time in front of their screen. What kind of foods do they typically consume? Junk food, potato chips, fries, burgers, pizza, junk food. And so that lack of activity, and then the more time they spend in front of devices and eating non-healthy food, those have contributed to that rise in type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance, obesity, and increased abdominal fat. Another problem that has taken place is vision issues. The more time kids spend looking at screens, higher chance of developing various type of eye and vision-related problems. One of the elders that serves with me at my church is an optometrist, and he has verified these things in his own personal practice. And the first thing he talks about with young kids, he's talking about 7, 8-year-old kids are struggling with dry eye disease. And that's becoming a common issue for doctors because the looking at screens change a person's natural rate of blinking. That constant, being enamored with the screen changes the rate of blinking. And so it leads to chronic dry eyes and difficulty tolerating contact lenses if they need them. Computer vision syndrome is the term for negative impact that frequent electronic users have. And the strain of constantly using near-point vision on electronic devices is making kids become nearsighted, because all they ever do is look at something right close to them. So now they have a hard time seeing things on the horizon and in the distance. They're becoming nearsighted because of that. And it has affected the handwriting, cutting, sports activities, any other skill that requires vision and hand-to-eye coordination. It has diminished those. Cyberbullying is another issue that has come up from the electronics. Girls are twice as likely as boys to experience this type of cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is even worse because 2/3, 66% of cyberbullying teens have at least one suicide risk factor, 9% more than those who are bullied offline. And here's the difference. There's always been bullies. That's not new, the bullying phenomenon. But in the old days, you could confront your bully. And if you were bullied at school, at least when you got home, home was a place of safety and sanctuary. But now, when you're bullied online, it follows you home, and you can't get away from it. Teens who are cyberbullied say they can't get away from their tormentors. And you'd say, well, just quit looking on social media. Just quit looking at your phone. But they can't give up their phones because that's how kids are socially connected today. And for a teenager to give up my social connection, I'd rather die. Because the teenage world is all about social connection. In 2011, the first time in 24 years, the teen suicide rate was higher than the teen homicide rate. And again, what's the reason for that? Well, if you're good at homicide, you got to get out, amongst the people. Now you're staying home. And the gap grew larger from 2011 to 2014, with the suicide rate 32% higher than the homicide rate by 2014. Cognitive skills development. Some people have tried to argue that video games has increased the ability for hand-to-eye coordination for kids. And there are certain video games that did result in areas of improved visual attention, processing speed, and mental rotation. But research also showed that higher level cognitive skills like critical thinking, reflection, and imagination get weaker as a result of those same types of video games and online activities. So it's true you might increase, reflex, hand-eye coordination, but critical thinking, reflection, and imagination pay the price for that. Another particular concern with the impact of digital media is the children's ability to control their attention and delay gratification. Children who spend time flipping from one game or online activity to the next develop a higher threshold for stimulation and tend to become more easily bored with tasks that are not fast-paced and constantly shifting from one type of stimulation to the next. Guess what career has suffered the most from this phenomenon? What? Yes, teachers. Absolutely. You can move up to the A row. You don't have to sit back there with the, all right. Yes, because when kids expect something different on the screen every, 3 seconds, and the teacher's just the same, like same old black shirt, same old blue jeans for the whole hour. Sorry, maybe I could dance a jig or something to keep your attention, but that's what teachers that's what they compete with. And that's why kids get bored so easily, is because of that constant, changing that takes place. Academic problems and learning challenges. Let me skip down to, handwriting skills and all that, because I'm running short on time here. Jump down, digital heroin. When kids get hooked on video games, they really, truly are hooked. During a 60-minute episode entitled Brain Hacking that appeared in 4/9/17, Anderson Cooper interviewed former Google product manager Tristan Harris, who told him, and he said, quote, "Silicon Valley is intentionally engineering your phone apps and social media to get you hooked." And this concern about hijacking people's minds, just not adolescents, but it's affecting kids as young as kindergarten. Yes, they did studies. A kindergarten teacher gave kids who were raised on iPads, they gave them toy blocks to play with. And the kids just looked at them, had no idea what to do with them. No idea. See, imagination. One of the best toys ever developed were Legos. Except for when they leave those suckers over the floor in the middle of the night and you step on them suckers. Oh, man. But, man, enhanced creativity. Legos are great for that. But they didn't know how to do that. Here's another example of how kids have been totally adapted to screens. Kindergarten teacher, again, field trip, took her class to the aquarium. The kid walks up to a fish tank where there's this beautiful multicolored fish. He looks at it and he goes, he was stunned because it didn't change. Because all they ever do is swipe a screen to get something new. He thought he could just make that fish disappear and get another one to appear there. Growing amount of evidence that there is very significant negative clinical and neurological effects on children raised on screens. Let me jump down to this next one. Let me show you how addictive screens are, because I'm going to have to quit here with this. All right, test question. Women, when you're feeling a little depressed, what do you crave? Yeah, that's the win. All right, right away, chocolate. And there's actually a scientific reason why that works. Chocolate raises the dopamine levels by 50%. Okay, dopamine is the neurotransmitter that is the feel-good chemical in your brain. All right? Sex raises dopamine by 100%. By 100%. Snorting cocaine raises the dopamine production by 350%. And ingesting crystal meth creates a whopping 1,200% increase in the dopamine. Now you know why it's so hard for meth users to kick the habit. Video games increases dopamine production by 100%. It increases the dopamine production as much as having sex. All right, I need to close with that so that we can get ready for our next presenter. But I think I've given you enough information, at least so you can see some of the dangers of too much electronic use. And you're well, what can we do? I'm glad you asked that question. Come to the third session later tonight after dinner, and I'll tell you, I have all kinds of practical things that we can do. Oh yeah, let me just mention this. When you're aware of at night how dangerous it is to have electronic devices late at night because of the blue light and underneath, a lot of parents have gone to getting the basket and having the kids put the phone in the basket, and then the parents keep that, and in the morning they give the phones back to the kids. Believe it or not, there is a cottage industry at a lot of high schools where kids are selling burner phones out of their locker. And so what the kids do is they buy a burner phone. And if you don't know what a burner phone is, you need to read more spy novels, all right? Then you'll figure that out. But it's just a pay-as-you-go, so you don't have to have a family plan, all right? It's like Straight Talk or something like that. And they sell these burner phones to their other kids, and then they set up a Facebook account and an Instagram account and a Snapchat account on their burner phone under a different name. And then, because all good parents demand access to their kids' Facebook and Instagram account, so you're making sure they're not putting nudies up there or participating in cyberbullying and those kind of things, which is a good thing to do, and I highly recommend it. But you need to understand that sometimes kids circumvent that by getting burner phones. So that's the bad news that I will leave you with. Turn this over to Les, all right? He'll introduce our next speaker for us.
All right, we are going to have just a little break first, and then we'll come back in here again. And as I understand it, we have some law enforcement people that are going to talk to us a little bit. And I have to go find them. And when I find them and you see us coming back in here, I guess it'll be time. Okay, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking with us through this long. We are getting ready to move on to a little question and answer time and whatever else our police chief and Detective Tharp have to say for us about dealing with physical safety and screen. And so if you have any questions for them, start getting that in your mind. And then after that, around 5:45, we are going to have supper, so you get rewarded for all your hard work here. And Sean is ready for that. So without further ado, we'll just turn this over to the police chief, Taylor. He's impressed me. I got to see him at the city council meetings, and every time he gets up and talks, I just really appreciate you and thank you. And Detective Tharp, I appreciate you too for what all you do, but you're a neighbor and I've never met you, so you don't get as much introduction, but thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Oh, streaming. Okay. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'll have to not yell as much. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's okay. I can put it in my pocket. Thank you. Okay, so screen time. We've been seeing over and over through the years more and more people getting themselves into trouble inadvertently with the internet, specifically with smartphones. Things from bullying, sexting, finding things on the internet that you're not quite ready to see just yet, and all the different ways that that can develop into problems that you're not quite aware of. It used to be that if you sent a nude image of yourself, if you were under the age of 18 to another person, that was going to be distribution of child pornography. The rules have changed slightly to where now it's sort of an age-based thing. If you're in a committed relationship with another person, the court doesn't view it as draconianly as it used to be. It's not as strict. But that doesn't mean that it's not bad. So once something goes out, as I'm sure everybody knows, it cannot be reeled back in. And there's no telling when something like that can poke itself back up in your life from just a social standpoint, not just from a legal standpoint. Some of the things that we're seeing recently are children, specifically youngsters. They're getting into chat groups or they're meeting people on social media, on TikTok, on Snapchat, even on a gaming system like, say, Roblox or Fortnite. There's all sorts of chat groups in there. So people start talking to one another and they befriend each other. And then before too long, it's, hey, why don't you send me a picture? Hey, where do you live? And that can very easily turn into what's known as sextortion, where somebody sends you a picture or you send somebody a picture of your nude image. And then they say, well, now I know who you are, I know where you live, and if you don't send me more or if you don't give me money, I'm going to send this to everybody in your church. I'm going to send it to your parents. I'm going to send it to your grandparents. And it starts getting out of hand really fast. Everybody okay? Okay, well, everybody needs a hobby. So one of the other things that we're seeing with this stuff is it's grooming behavior. So children, specifically young ladies, start seeing things on the internet of a sexual variety, and they start believing that that's how they have to act. That's what's expected of them, and that's what they should be doing in relationships. Things that aren't necessarily for that age. And it's very, very common that these people, they start seeing things and they start talking to the kiddos and directing them where they want them to go. So I can unfortunately go down a bit of a rabbit hole here, but are there any questions yet about any concerns that people have with internet, please?
How often do you guys get reports of high schoolers and middle schoolers sending nudes?
Weekly. Used to get them more when we were responsible for the schools. Right now, the school district has their own police department, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that I'm just not even aware of. So yeah, it's very common. It's very bad. It is. It is very bad. Because right now, somebody, if they're having a bad time at home, or if they're being bullied, sometimes they just want to be supported. They want to be loved by somebody. And if somebody says, "I love you, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, you're very handsome," and then they start cultivating an environment where this person feels they need that. If they're not getting that support at home maybe, or if they're not feeling safe someplace else, they'll find that support anywhere. And the internet is a very dangerous place to find that support because there will always be somebody available to give that to them. I think I heard the gentleman speaking about mental health, and that's really about the backbone of all of this. It's usually people having masking behaviors that are trying to find some way to cope with some kind of a tragedy, some kind of a trauma in their life, or they just want to fill some kind of a void that they don't know any other way to fill. And sometimes the youngsters start acting like adults when they shouldn't, and they don't understand the ramifications of all the different things. One of the things that we also see, there's a lot of nanny programs that you can download onto your children's phones. So you can see things, for instance, like the school district uses one, where it sits in the background, and if somebody starts sending messages and then they start bullying each other, it'll send an alert to the IT department. Well, you can do the same thing as a parent, where it'll be like, well, somebody might be bullying your child, and then you can go look at the phone. It doesn't give you every keystroke that they're sending, so you're not invading their privacy, but you can definitely see when things are happening. If your kid sends a picture of them in a swimsuit, it might say possible pornography, possible nude, so then you can go look at the phone. But it doesn't send you every picture that's sent and received. It just sort of flags things. It's got the artificial intelligence where it can start picking that stuff up, things that you wouldn't otherwise look for or even know that it's out there. So bullying is obviously a big one. There's any number of them out there, so it depends on what you're looking for. So if you looked for a nanny program in the App Store or in the Google Store. Oh yeah, you can download it, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying is there's some that are, that you have to pay money for, some that are free. So it really just depends on what you're looking for. Do you have that in your resources? Yes, I believe that we do. If not, we can find some for you. And they run on a scale of intrusivity. So some are very upfront and everybody knows. You can turn down, or you can turn off the Wi-Fi from your phone on their phone. You can see, I think like Life 360, you can see wherever they're at in a constant read. It just depends on how intrusive you want to get, how involved, and how much information you want. Some send you a mirror image of everything that's sent and received to your device, your laptop, your computer, and some don't give you all that information if you don't want it. So you can dial it up or dial it down depending on how far you want to go.
Are you able to do that without your children knowing it?
Yes, yes. And that's different programs. Some hide in the background. But it also works the other way. Something we were seeing years ago was photo vaults. And what that is you can download on your phone a program. Say it looks like an Apple calculator or an Apple flashlight. And that's one, yes, that's one name of it. But it's actually a photo vault, so it's a place for people to hide things. And so it'll come up as looking like the Apple calculator, and unless you put in a very specific code, almost like a safe or a vault, it'll just be a normal calculator. But if you hit the correct sequence of events, then it'll open up, and that's where some people are storing pictures, documents, conversations, things of that nature. So one of the ways that you can find that is you can actually go to their app store. So if they have their own phone with their own app store, you can go to the app store. It might not show up in the menu of the different things that are apps that are running on their phone, but if you go to the app store, it'll show everything that's been downloaded for that device. So it's not a direct way to find out what's there, and it doesn't necessarily get you into it, but you can find out its existence by going to the app store on the phones.
Do you have to do that on their physical phone?
Yes. Or whatever apps, whatever device it's linked up to. So if you're on a family plan and everybody is listed back or linked back to your Apple iTunes account, then it would just be on yours. So it kind of depends on how you have it set up. And I will admit that I'm not as savvy when it comes to Android phones, but the premise stays the same. Anything that's downloaded to that device should be visible within the store, the Google Play Store or the App Store. Anything that jumps off the page that you'd like to discuss?
So he was talking about getting asked for money to not put your pictures out there. If that ever happens, I know there's a couple kids in here. If anybody ever tells you you need to go to Dollar General and get $100 worth of gift cards and send me those numbers on the back of it, tell your parents. Parents, if you see your kids withdrawing, excuse me, not wanting to be on their computer devices, that's a big red flag that something's going on there where they used to be on it all the time and now they don't want to be on it and they're kind of isolating themselves. Look at that kind of stuff and ask them, if something's wrong. They're like some of the pamphlets we have out there give you some tips on how to start talking to your children about the things that you just don't want to talk to them about. And it's hard to talk to them about sex. It really is. And so these kids will get told on the internet that if you don't send me money, I'm going to send all these nude pictures of you to your friends or your family or your church or your parents or whatever. Don't let that scare them. They need to be open enough to come to you and talk to you. So you need to build up a relationship with them on how to talk to them about that. And we have some, like I said, really good tips out there on how to start talking to your kids about stuff you just don't want to talk about. Once they feel comfortable talking to that stuff, they'll probably come to you if they're scared or somebody's threatening them. And you older kids that are in here, if you ever get threatened like that, please go to your parents and tell them what's going on. Don't go try to find money and go buy these cards and try to hide it, because you're not in trouble. You're not going to be the one in trouble. These people will scam you for everything they can until you stop communicating with them or let them know that we're calling the police, and then they'll probably stop messing with you. But you've got to tell your parents. Don't be afraid to talk to your parents about anything. Your parents might get mad at you for what you did, but they're also there to protect you from dangerous people.
And the vast majority of these are empty threats. They're bloviating. You've given them a name, and maybe they know what town you live in, so they say, I'll tell everybody in your school. Yeah. They don't know where you live unless you tell them where you live, and that's another scary thing, is don't tell them where you live. We've had cases where somebody then gets on Google Earth and takes a screenshot on the computer of where you live, saying, I'm out in front of your house, or something to that effect. And they might be states away in another country, but you might then start believing it. When they start asking you for Apple iTunes cards or Dollar General cards or pay-as-you-go visas, it's an immediate red flag, as the detective said. And they're right. They'll just keep milking that and milking that and milking that until they can't get anything else.
A lot.
A lot. Monthly, if not every other week. There's a lot that are, it's called phishing scams. So if you imagine casting a net, right? A fishing net into the water. You might throw the net 20 times and you might not catch anything, but you're casting a broad net. And that's what they're trying to do. They literally have robocalling devices where they'll send stuff out, and if one person answers, then they'll start talking to them. But they might talk to 50 people in an hour. All they need is one person to bite and start paying, and then that pays for the hour. That might pay for the day. And they can go through literally thousands of people in a day. Some of the phone lines, if they have a high-end system, you can make 1,000 calls a minute. And then if anybody picks up the phone, then it'll route it to somebody who's actually on the phone. And they'll try and tell you all sorts of things. I'm your grandson, I'm your son, I'm in jail, please help me. I just got in a car wreck, I'm in a Mexican prison, and if you don't give me the money right now, they're gonna keep me here forever. That's just not the way that works. So there's actually quite a few, and it happens pretty frequently. It used to be a theory that these were all international organizations, think the Nigerian prince, but they aren't. Study after study actually shows that they're usually homegrown individuals, and people are usually targeting areas where they live. But a lot of them, if not most of them, are actually going to be United States. So we had a citizen some time back who mailed a shoebox filled with like $20,000. $13,000
cash.
$13,000 cash to an address in another state. Put it in front of, it got mailed perfectly fine. We were able to track it, and it got put in front of an apartment that was vacant, and somebody was just waiting out in front of the apartment, we figure, and just grabbed the box. So if we know this is happening, we can help. But so many times people are ashamed. They're afraid, they're embarrassed, and they don't mention anything. And now elderly people are just as susceptible to this, and they might be losing their entire savings, $100,000, $70,000, and we can't get it back.
And that's what I was just going to say. This isn't isolated to kids sending pictures. The elderly seem to be at
most
a lot of
yeah,
risk.
When it comes to money.
They get scared and they're confused and they don't know. They believe everything everybody tells them. Mm-hmm. And it's so sad to see them lose that much money and there's nothing we can do about it. Like if they get asked to put money in a shoebox and wrap it in duct tape and mail it to California, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, that's just, nobody asks. The police don't ask for money like that. Nope. We don't go calling people and saying your kid's in jail, come get them and ask for cash, put in a shoebox. That's just very, nobody's going to do that except a scammer. So.
And it's happened to me. Somebody actually called me up, and they said that I was working for another agency, the Butler County Sheriff's Office, and they said that they were my captain and that I had a warrant. I said, well, this is awkward because I'm sitting right next to you and I don't see you on the phone. So they hung up. But they will try the most crazy things. But going back to the elderly specific, one sad truth is, unfortunately, when the elder individuals, if they get scammed, they'll feel ashamed. And sometimes that leads to an early grave. They feel cheated, they feel violated, and then they feel embarrassed thinking that if they tell their family, that their family is going to put them in a home. So then it just rolls in on itself, and then they feel violated. They don't go outside anymore, they don't have social interactions, and it just feeds on itself. So just as we talk to our children, we want to talk to our adults, our parents and grandparents, great-grandparents, and let them know, hey, look, mistakes happen. It happens to anybody, regardless of your age. But we want to support our elder community as much as we want to support our young community, because they both have different risk factors, different things that can occur. Let me talk really briefly about how if you are a youth that is trading in pictures. If you are in a committed relationship and you trade pictures with your partner, while it's not legal and it's not okay, it becomes vastly worse if you then share those pictures with somebody else. That's called revenge pornography, and that is an automatic felony, regardless of your age. If you share a picture of somebody else without their consent, it's not child pornography. It could be that, but it's called revenge porn. And if you share it to somebody else just to get angry or because you're upset at somebody else, that's a felony. And if you're an adult, you're going to jail, prison. If you're a child, you might not go to prison, but you're going to be getting in a whole lot of trouble, and it's going to affect you for the rest of your life. So that's something else that you want to watch out for. It's not just getting in those pictures, it's then what happens if you get angry and share it with somebody else.
How often does revenge porn happen?
Daily.
No, like in Roseville.
Probably not far from daily. It just doesn't get reported to us all the time because people are ashamed. They'd be worried that they have to tell their parents that they sent a nude image of themselves to their boyfriend or their girlfriend, and then that person then showed it to somebody else. They're already embarrassed that everybody in the school might be seeing it or somebody else saw it.
I know it's about, it's not, but something that happened like months ago or something, but like somebody had like done revenge porn, and it was somebody from Derby, about somebody that just started going to Roseville. They sent it to one person in the school that was popular, and he let it spread.
And if somebody tells us about that, if you come and talk to us, we can look into that because that's a serious event. Unfortunately, children your age, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Yeah. Okay. Around the age of puberty, your minds are doing crazy things. You've got all sorts of chemicals that are going in there. Your body's changing. Your thoughts are changing. And then if you get embarrassed and you're afraid to go to school, you can have some really dark thoughts. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have is then you start going down that path of maybe cutting, self-harm, suicidal ideation. All of these things feed in off one another, which is why the mental health aspect is just such a big part of this. Whether you're older or younger, it all ties back to that mental health component. Ties back to whether or not you feel that you have a mechanism to lean back on, to address this, to feel comfortable with it, to get the help that you need, or to even say, look, I messed up, I need some help.
This may be more of a parenting question, but I'm curious if there's any legal thing with it. But hypothetically, if you have an adult-age child living at home still,
Mm-hmm.
are you able to take their phone and go through it?
No. Let me put that as a caveat. If they let you, yes, but you don't have rights to them as an adult anymore. You actually don't even have a right to kick them out of your house. If they're 18 years old and they're living in your house and they choose not to leave, you actually have to get an eviction to get them out. You don't get to just throw them out. If they have the law says that if they have an expectation to be able to stay, then they have that right to stay until somebody else tells them to leave. So that's no different than if you meet somebody at a bar or you have a friend come over or a cousin come over. If they stay at your house for a week and unbeknownst to you, they change their mailing address to your house and now they put stuff up in the closet, they have an expectation to be able to stay, you actually have to get them evicted. So if there's violence involved, it can be as short as 3 days, but usually over a month.
Hypothetical, just because people may assume things.
Please.
Hypothetically, if there was substance use in your home
Mhm.
by a child, adult child, teen child, whatever,
Mhm.
what would you recommend as the course of action?
Call us. So if, no, we get it all the time where somebody says, hey, I just found this white crystalline substance that looks bad. Might be cocaine, might be meth, might be something like that. So we'll go and get it. We'll take it out of the house and destroy it. It doesn't mean that we're going to charge anybody. We might talk to the kiddo and say, hey, look, if you're doing drugs, stop. But just because you found it there, we didn't know how it got there, and we can't say that it belongs to this person or that person. We could say that maybe their sibling did it to them. I have no idea. But the one thing that we can tell you is that we will take it and we will destroy it.
What if it's not like street drugs? What if it's, drinking or vape or something like that?
It holds true. It doesn't have to be heroin. If it's a vape pen, if it's a THC pen, if it's Mad Dog 2020, if you don't want it in your house, we'll get it. We can destroy it, and we'll log the fact that we took property from that residence so that there can be a trail for it to show that we then destroy it later on.
Okay, but legal ramifications for them?
Doesn't necessarily have to be anything. If we catch a youth walking down the street with a bottle of champagne, that's going to be what's known as a minor in possession or minor in consumption. If you say, hey, look, I just found this bottle of whiskey in my kid's room, I need you to get rid of it and talk to my child about the dangers of underage drinking. We would most likely just talk to the kiddo about what was going on and the different ways that they could find themselves in trouble and not necessarily charge them. We like to defer a lot of times, if at all possible, to a family resolution. Not everything has to be a criminal justice response. Nobody finds benefit in just putting kids in jail or hanging charges on them. In fact, since you brought that up, the courts are really going to what's known as an intervention program, IIP or something like that. It's like immediate intervention program. So what it is the child admits that they've done something wrong, and as long as they do an extended probation, usually maybe with some community service, something like that, then after a year, it'll just drop off like it never even happened. So everybody finds benefit in giving the youth an opportunity to learn from those choices instead of just putting them right into the system. Good question, yes?
So from your guys' experience of seeing victims of revenge porn or pictures just being leaked or being caught with that or substance abuse, what were the reactions from their families and communities that led them to spiral even further?
So, and that is way too varied to be able to answer because it depends on every individual person. Sometimes, like I said, what I see most, and this is just completely, one person looking in. There's no data really to support this, but usually it's an individual's trying to fill a void. So if they don't have a great relationship with their parents, if their siblings are picking on them, if they're being picked on at school, they might withdraw into an internet-based environment where they can have some kind of control or feel like they have control, or they can define themselves differently than they've been defined in their community. But there's not really one precipitating event that causes them. It's not like a single thread that we can pull. If there was, we'd be able to address it. But usually, it's a series of things. It's a bunch of straw that broke the camel's back. It's not one single event. It's just one thing piles on top of another thing on top of another thing. And I think that might be, as we all know as parents, it's so important to just have those conversations with the children. Just, look, we're available. There's no judgment. I'd prefer you talk to me about this now so that we can get it out into the open. Let's discuss ways that we can work through this. And don't shame them if they want to ask questions about, say, sex, or if they want to ask questions about what does heroin do to you. Look it up on the internet. Try and figure it out. But don't shame them for doing that, because the more we shame the children or say, what the heck are you doing? Are you a deviant? What's wrong with you? They're going to close off, and you won't get that back. You just won't. Yep.
And a lot of times if we're available, which is often, you can call, and every single one of us, whoever's on duty, we can come and talk to them too if you're not getting through or you need help with the language. Just call us, and we're willing to come and visit with these kids and give them some ideas and talk to you guys and give you ideas and things to look for as well.
So if we're concerned about something on a kid's phone, if they're under the age of 18, we can take it, go through it?
Oh, absolutely.
But if they're over the age of 18, we need their permission?
Correct.
So if we have concerns but they're over the age of 18, what do we do?
You can talk to them. You can talk to us. But just like I can't walk up to you and take your phone, you can't do it from them. Correct, 100%. So that would be what's known as criminal deprivation of property. If you take something that doesn't belong to you and you keep it from that person, that could be a crime. It could also be domestic violence. If you lay hands on another human being that you've had a romantic relationship with, you share a child with, or you've lived together in a rude, angry, or insulting manner, that becomes domestic violence. And it's domestic violence once both parties are over the age of 18. So if they say that you were yelling at them and you grabbed something out of their hand, by definition, statutorily, that's domestic violence. Yes? I'm loving this word.
If a child wanted to go to court and against someone, but their parents said that like they can't, is the child still allowed to go?
That is a way too vague of a question. So if you have been violated sexually, say, yes, you're allowed to come and talk to us, and we would take that report. If your parents say, no, you can't, it depends on how far that's gone along. So for instance, if they say they can decide for a child whether or not you get to be a victim in a lot of things. Say you get in a fist fight with your neighbor. Your parents can decide, no, we want to settle this as adults. We don't want the law to be involved, and that can usually handle that. If a child was to be, say, raped, then the parents don't necessarily get a chance to say, no, that doesn't happen. What we might do at that point, if we can prove that there's enough information there, is we could take that child in what's known as a child in need of care, remove that child from the house because they're no longer safe in that environment, and the state will protect them until we can investigate what's going on. So a kid just doesn't get to decide on their own whether or not they want to go to court. So that question was a little bit too vague, but that's okay. What I can say is there are times where the child can override the parents. It's few and far between. It sounds crass, but children largely under the age of 18 are almost property. They don't get a whole lot of choices they get to make on their own. But there are some times where your health and well-being will override your parents' wishes. But that's not very common. Please. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. I wish I could be a little bit more upbeat than that, but what it comes down to is the conversations that they're having in these different things. It can be anything from an innocuous game where you're building a farm in an online environment, but because they have it set up where you can have a chat function, now that can be just as dangerous as Tinder or just as dangerous as Snapchat, because the kiddo can then be having this innocuous conversation with somebody, and then that person, because they're a predator, could then start gathering and chipping away at the facade and chipping away at information until they learn enough about them. So one other thing that isn't very well common, since we're talking about the internet, is no real easy way to say this. Sex workers are very common. In the greater Wichita area, there's over 500 adverts a day of different individuals in the area willing to do things. They put prices as to what they're willing to do, they show where they're willing to go, and they put pictures of themselves out there. And it's an open-air drug market, for lack of a better term. It's so common that there's no real mechanism to stop it. It's right there in front of everybody, but it's happening so much. The reason I bring this up is there was a movie that came out with Jim Caviezel a little while back called Sound of Freedom. It was talking about human trafficking. So that's not what human trafficking looks like in the United States of America. That's what human trafficking might look like internationally. Human trafficking domestically is an uncle, a mom, an aunt, a friend, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, who then starts meeting up with somebody and starts building their trust, and then they say, hey, I'm in a bad way. I need you to go out and help me out. Can you just make me a couple of bucks? And then they get you to do it one time, and then it's easier for them to get you to do it the second time. And then they have shame over you, and they say, well, now you've done this, and if you don't keep doing it for me, I'm going to tell everybody in your family. That's what human trafficking looks like, and it starts on the internet. And that's why I wanted to talk about the pornography aspect to begin with, because children start acting at a level or at an age much progressed from where they had been 20 or 30 years ago. And then they start putting themselves into environments where they're not prepared to deal with those ramifications. And it becomes really easy to find a person who's willing to take advantage of that. And it is very common, and it's very quick. Human trafficking is one of the least reported crimes, and it hits every single community. I can guarantee you there is somebody in this community tonight who's been trafficked. Not in this room necessarily, but in the city of Rose Hill, I promise you. And one of the bad things about it is, to the best of our ability, we try and show people with these images, like Sound of Freedom, where there's somebody maybe curled up in a basement, handcuffed to a radiator, and somebody looming over the top of them. And we say, this is human trafficking. So then it's a person who's actually being trafficked. They look at that and they say, well, I don't look like that. I'm not being trafficked. I'm just in a bad relationship. So sometimes we try and do good things, and by doing that, we get the wrong message out there. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, was just, we have to be very careful about the things that we show, because they can have the best of intentions. But there's an old saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Please. I will talk to anybody who will listen to me. The problem is I don't have the superintendent has to invite me. So it becomes problematic if I start going to a school and I start talking about pornography and I start talking about sex. I start talking about the different ways that you can get yourself into trouble with human trafficking. The superintendent and the school board will have parents beating down their doors with pitchforks and torches. Excuse me? They do. They do. Mm-hmm. Yes, DARE has to be invited in as well. DARE just doesn't get to show up. Just like when it comes to human health and sexuality, I believe parents are still having to sign a waiver basically to say that it's okay. So I'm more than happy to, and the superintendent has a very open mind, but he has to extend it to us to have that conversation.
So citizens requested to the superintendent to invite you.
You can, absolutely. And then we can speak with the superintendent and see what kind of a message he might want to get out there and what he's comfortable with, and what the school is prepared to talk about and what they aren't. Because they have a different board and a different constituency to answer to than I do. Their mission is fundamentally different. Please. I'm more than happy to. I don't know what the best mechanism for that would be. Last year, a detective and I set up a class about dealing with physical security and burglaries and ways to prevent. And we thought there was a groundswell of community support that wanted to be involved, and 2 people showed up. Yeah. But that being said, we're all for it. We'll set some stuff. We'll come in on Saturdays. We'll do whatever we have to do to speak to anybody, and we'll meet people wherever they're at. I just need to know who wants to be there and what they want to talk about. We can put together PowerPoints. We can put together all sorts of literature to show. We just need to know what the parameters are that you're looking for. If you want to, we can set something up at the City Hall. We've got a great big area in there with a bunch of seats where you can come in and talk, and you can just sit and relax, and we'll just yammer on until your heart's content. I like the way your head's going here. Yep. And the problem with this is such a hydra, right? It's a multi-headed beast, and it's whack-a-mole. There's no one thing that I can say that this is the worst part. This is the worst part, because so much of it depends on the individual child on where they meet this beast, where they meet this monster. It might be the bullying. It might be the sex. It might be the pictures. It might be gambling. It might be drugs. There's any number of things that it could happen. And the internet is a beautiful thing. You can find all sorts of amazing things on the internet, but you can also go down a really, really dark hole. But if there's any questions that you would like clarification on, any things specifically about legal ramifications, we can find out any of those answers for you. And if we don't know them, we'll find a person that does. And we are always open.
And this may be a question for you guys, maybe a question for Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Zeus. But if you had like an age that you would say it's for phones.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying, like, he got a phone at 13, but he's still not allowed any social media. Is there a certain age that you would say maybe a phone? I know it's based on kids, and if they're doing sports,
It does.
I get all that, but like developmentally, that's why I said maybe him. Like for social media, like is there, like 16? Is there a certain?
I think even Facebook says you have to be 13. I would put it off as long as humanly possible. The more time that you can keep that social media out of their eyes, the better. The better for their confidence, the better for their self-esteem, the better for their interpersonal communication skills, better for their mental health, for all of it. But by that same token, the law doesn't say when I can leave a child at home alone. If an 8-year-old is responsible enough to cook and clean and put themselves to bed and lock the doors, I can't say that leaving an 8-year-old home is irresponsible or illegal. If a 16-year-old is fundamentally irresponsible, it might be illegal to leave that 16-year-old home. So there's no real way, and this has become a problem recently because nobody has landline phones anymore. Nobody has a phone hooked up to the wall, so we have to give them some kind of a device. If you have a smart, like an Alexa or a Dot or whatever they're called these days, sometimes you can call from those. Sometimes you can FaceTime somebody, but those are all Wi-Fi reliant. So if the power goes down and your kid's at home alone, they don't have access to the Wi-Fi, they can't call anybody. So there's no real solution. The best possible solution is the low tech, and that's the home phone, the landline phone.
Which are super expensive.
Yeah, they're not great, yeah.
No, like nobody uses them. Why would they be so expensive?
I don't. Yeah, well, it's the same thing as a payphone, right? I mean, when I was young, they were 10 cents, then they were 20 cents, then 25 cents. And as they were phasing out, they were becoming more expensive. And I think that's probably what we're looking at with landline phones, just, from an economic standpoint. It is. But there's no real answer, and the doctor might have a better one than me, but my best possible thing is keep it away from them as long as humanly possible. As long as humanly possible. Only good things will come from keeping them away from that.
But if they're 18,
Yep.
you have nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. And there is a decent argument there to be made in that if you keep it away from them for too long, then they'll go into the world blind. They'll go into the world and out there into the wild without having any knowledge of anything. So there is a middle ground. There has to be. You have to be able to have these conversations. You have to be able to show them the beauty of what you can find on the internet. You can find everything from the life of the aardvark to what medieval castles looked like. I mean, whatever you want is out there, but it cuts both ways. So I think just like we teach people how to drive so that when they become old enough to drive, they don't cause a wreck, it's incumbent upon us to teach them things about sex, to teach them things about the internet, to talk about drugs and how that might affect you and how alcohol can affect your cognition, all those things.
So we got a whole bunch of flyers out there, and there's probably 15. I would recommend take one of each. And if one single thing on one of those flyers helps you out, then we've done our job. So it's from sexting to sending pictures to how to talk to your children, how to monitor that stuff. So I just strongly recommend grabbing at least one of each. And if one single thing on there helps you guys or helps somebody you know, then it's all worth it. So.
And if the Padre wants to invite us back out again, we absolutely can. If you guys have any questions for us, we're a 24-hour service. We have a Facebook page. You can email us. Our email address is on our webpage. You can come in and talk to us. During office hours, there's a clerk there, somebody can come in. If you have a need to learn more about something, and we're even giving a class to an audience of one, we'll give that class. We just need to know where to be and what to talk about. That's all we need. We'll come in on any days that you want, if at all possible, and be happy to work with you. Okay? One last thing, don't ever talk yourself out of calling 911. We hear so often, this isn't an emergency, I didn't want to call. Call 911. If you ever have to convince yourself not to call, call. It's what we're here for.
Last thing, sorry. For those who homeschool,
Uh-huh.
you guys, I'm assuming if we said, hey, on a certain day or time.
Absolutely.
If we got homeschool families
Yes.
from
Yep.
the community get together.
You betcha.
Okay.
You betcha. Like I said, if at all possible, sometimes there's going to be training, sometimes we just can't do it, so we might have to work on a date. But we'll give a class to anybody who's willing to listen. Have you ever seen Columbo? Every time he's getting, just one more question. One more question.
I think I have the answer, but
Well, then we're doing our job.
I know, right? But as a youth minister, the best way for me to take care of my kids and help my kids, if any of this happens, is to immediately be as open and transparent with you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's also to be present. Just be available for them. It's not even needing to talk to them, but sometimes it's to be there. One of our jobs is just to be berated sometimes. We just are there so that somebody can blow off steam and yell at me so they're not yelling at somebody else. So that they're throwing their hands at me so they're not doing it at somebody else. Sometimes if you're there, if you're the shepherd, if you're the one that's looking out for the flock, so to speak, sometimes presence is all that really matters. And they'll tell you it'll become known. You don't have to guess when you have to tell us. Again, if you have to convince yourself maybe this isn't something for law enforcement, let us know. We'll tell you if it is or it isn't. Our goal is not to put everybody into the criminal justice system. It's to help them become the best versions of who they are without getting into so much trouble that they have to rearrange who they are, if that makes any sense.
There's a flyer out there about a trusted adult and how to be one and how to teach your kids how to find one. If they're scared to come to you, make sure they have someone else to go to that they can talk to, that they're not scared to open up to. So there's 2 different ones out there on being a trusted adult and how to find one.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment about 911 because my phone called 911 the day we moved here, and it called 911 several times after that, and one nice lady officer did not want to leave until she saw my wife. So we appreciate the police department, and we appreciate 911, and thank you. I'm going to ask that you guys pray with me, and then you will be able to go from right here through that, well, it may be better to go through that door and down the hall and then into the kitchen door behind the brick wall. And you'll go around the bar and get your food, and then you come back in here and sit down for a little fellowship and eat time before we start again at 6:15 with Brother Zeus. So let's pray. The preacher is sending you to the food bar. Correction. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for our time together here today. Thank you for these folks that have come to share with us and inform us and give us advice and help us in this journey of life, especially as it relates to parenting and technology. And wow, there's a whole lot to navigate here now, but we thank you for people with the knowledge to help us do it. And thank you now for the food that we share in, and it's in the name of Jesus I pray. Amen.
Yeah, we actually, there's a foster house that we're going to go talk to some kiddos and make sure they feel welcome in the community.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
If you want to come back,
Trudy will probably have leftovers. All right, thank you. Absolutely.
We'll see how late it is.
It always tastes really good, too. Take care.
Oh, my. It's quite the sacrifice. That's good. Yes. I'm known for my selflessness. There you go. There you go. Well known for my humility.
Is this culmination right here?
This is kind of culmination, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. This is what can we do about everything that we've learned? Yeah. What are some practical things? That's what this is.
I'm worried about all this, just what the past year with AI and everything now.
Yeah. One of the things with AI that ties in with what the police officer was talking about is if they get your kid's voice recorded, then they can then imitate that voice and they can make it say, you know, hey, I'm being kidnapped and they're going to shoot me unless you do this and that. And it sounds just like you're a kid because of AI. And so that's scary. And they can, if they go onto your kid's social media page and take their picture and stuff, then they can superimpose that even and tell them this may not be you, but no one else will know that it isn't. And yeah.
All right, we're on the last leg of this fun today and learning, and thank you everybody for being here. I will turn it right back over to our brother Dr. Gary Zeus and let you guys feast on the rest of this and some application and so forth.
All right. Thank you, Liz. I did want to just fill in, because in the last session, we have that one last page, and I didn't get to fill in those blanks on it. And I do wanted to talk about that, because I think it is really significant. Again, it's one of those ill effects of too much screen time that you're totally unaware of, because it happens so subtly. And what that is they've done research on exposure to screen imagery. And in a longitudinal research study over a 20-year period, we are losing sensory awareness at a rate of 1% a year. 15 years ago, people could distinguish 300,000 different sounds. 300,000 different sounds. Today, children can't go beyond 100,000. And 20 years ago, the average subject could detect 350 different shades of a particular color. Today, they can only distinguish 130. And the reason for this, both the visual and the sound, is because when kids just put on their earphones or plug in their ear pods and they're just listening to the sounds on the game, your brain, if you don't use certain parts of it, it atrophies. And if you're only looking, I mean, a retinal screen is really nice. That color looks really vivid, but it doesn't have the same variation as if you go outside in nature. How many different colors and shades of green are there outside? When you think of all the different shades of leaves and grass and flowers and, and all that, you would get, 350 different shades of green. But when you only look at a screen, you only get 130. And so because of that, we're actually losing our ability to discern those because of it. All right, so what can we do? Hope for our families. What causes teen anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. So there's not just one thing, it's a combination of things. Let me just say that right up front. Now, one of the problems is a lack of challenge from our children and teenagers. You've heard of helicopter parents, all right, who just hover around their kids and they make their kids the center of everything, and all of family life just centers around those kids and everything. Well, helicopter parents have been replaced by lawnmower parents. Lawnmower parents go ahead of their kids and they mow down every challenge, everything that is difficult for their kids, anything that would cause them to be upset, and they mow down all those problems. So if a kid gets in trouble at school, when I got in trouble at school or got a swat at school, I'd get 2 when I got home. Now, when a kid gets in trouble at school, the parents go down to the school and they read the teacher and the principal the riot act, all right? You know, that's not my kid. And they mow down any problem so that kids are growing up never having to make a decision and then to have to live out the consequences of that decision. And that's how you grow, is by making bad decisions and suffering the consequences of those bad decisions. And when you mow down every challenge and you make every decision for kids, what you're actually doing is creating anxiety in the kids because they've never had the experience of making a decision. It's like, well, mom doesn't think, mom and dad don't think that I'm capable of making this decision, and it's got to be the right one. So, oh my goodness, well, what's it going to be? And it causes anxiety and depression because we have never allowed them to make a good decision and to live the consequences of it, both positive and negative from it. So when you allow kids to make their own decisions and they end up being good decisions, do you know what that develops in kids? Confidence. That's exactly right. Confidence. And so they have a positive outlook towards the future because you've trusted them to make decisions. But if you take that decision making process away from them, then you develop insecurity and anxiety in kids. So when parents fixing everything, it actually creates anxious kids because they've never had that opportunity to make those major decisions. Now, there are 3 kinds of things in life. First, there are things that are fragile. And these things easily break and they don't heal. So you have to handle those things that are fragile gently, and you have to protect them. It's stuff like your mother's china. All right? You don't use that every day because you're afraid that when you're going to put it in the dishwasher, it's going to slip out of your hand and it hits the floor and it breaks. Super glue's not going to, do any good on fine china. Or if you have a fancy vase, all right, and you drop it and it breaks, there's nothing you can do. Those things are fragile. There are other things that are resilient, like Tupperware, all right? You can drop Tupperware, you can step on it, you can drive your car over it, you can do anything to Tupperware, and it just bounces back. It takes a licking and keeps on ticking, That's Tupperware. And then there are things that are anti-fragile. And things that are anti-fragile are things that actually thrive on, and they require stresses and challenges to become stronger. They're things like our immune system. You know how to get your immune system stronger? Is get exposed to a lot of germs. And the more germs, the more different flus and things like that you've had, I mean, that's what a vaccination is. They give you a small dose of it so that your body develops antibodies and they get stronger for doing that. If you want your muscles to get bigger and stronger, what do? You work them out. Yeah, you lift weights. You put them under stress and pressure. And when you put your muscles under stress and pressure, they get bigger and stronger. I remember when I was in the 7th grade, I broke my leg on my motorcycle. And I had to have a cast all the way up to my thigh all summer long. When they took that cast off, what did my leg do? Yeah, it was shriveled into nothing. It like a toothpick. Yeah, it was pathetic because those muscles had not been used. They shrink when they're not used. Those are things that are anti-fragile. Now, we've got fragile, resilient, and anti-fragile. What do you think children are? Children are actually anti-fragile, but we treat them as fragile. And we don't then develop them to be stronger and have more confidence. So there's an old saying, prepare the child for the road and not the road for the child. I really like that. Prepare the child for the road and not the road for the child. So you don't go mowing down everything, but you prepare your child to handle whatever, challenge is before them. That's what we need to do. Now then you have this danger of concept creep. Concept creep. This is, it's tied into the overprotection of parents. And this idea of concept creep is not just only in families with parents, it has made its way into our colleges and our university campuses. So here's concept creep. Everyone wants to keep their children safe. Doesn't every parent want to keep their children safe? Absolutely. But what do you mean by that? What does keeping them safe mean? Not hurt physically, right? You don't want the little toddlers to go out and play in the streets. They're going to get hit by a car. You don't want them climbing up in the, too high up in the, trees. They're going to fall down. You don't give them razor blades and say, go play out on the freeway. All right, you want to keep them physically safe. That's what we meant. You don't want them kidnapped, on the playground. So you're always watching them. You don't let kids just go play by a river or a lake unattended because you want them to be physically safe, right? That's what we meant when we said we want our kids to be safe. We want them to be physically safe. But safe now has succumbed to concept creep in our colleges and universities. It has been expanded now to mean emotional safety. So that means that professors now in their lectures they're required to give trigger warnings if they're going to mention anything that might cause a student to be emotionally upset. Such as if I was going to talk about suicide, I would have to give a trigger warning to the students that I'm going to be talking about suicide today. And so if that upsets you, then you need to leave when I get to that point in class, and I'll let you know. And so it's been taken even further now, that idea of concept creep. On our college campuses, many speakers, usually they're conservative speakers, who were invited to speak at a college campus, they are now disinvited because other students complained they would be hurt by that speaker's views because it's different than theirs. So for emotional safety, iGen seek out safe places, and they request trigger warnings, and they are against microaggressions. Microaggressions are unintentional, harmful comments that emotionally upset someone. So across the U.S., the number of speakers that have been disinvited from college campuses for challenging or having what one group would call offensive views has increased 800% since the year 2000. It's increased 800%. So a culture that allows the concept of safety to creep so far it equates emotional discomfort with physical safety, in a culture that encourages people to systematically protect one another from very experiences embedded in daily life. You know, when you protect them from that, they are not going to grow up to be strong because they have to encounter those things on a daily basis and know how to deal with them in order to be strong and healthy. So when children are raised in this culture of safetyism, which teaches them that they have to remain emotionally safe, while parents try to protect them from every unimaginable danger, it sets up this feedback loop where kids become more fragile and less resilient, which signals to adults and those in authority that they need more protection, which then makes them more fragile and less resilient. So Psychology Today editor Hera Estroff Morano wrote a book. The book's entitled A Nation of Wimps. Pretty good title. Saying that parental overprotection and hovering has made kids vulnerable because they don't learn to solve problems on their own. Quote, kids need to learn that you need to feel bad sometimes because we learn through experience and we learn especially through bad experiences, unquote. So Lukanoff and Haidt, in their book, The Coddling of the American Mind, they attribute the rise in anxiety and depression that I talked about in my first session to these practices of concept creep and safetyism. In fact, their belief is that this concept of safetyism makes things worse for students who already struggle with mood disorders. Safetyism inflicts collateral damage on the university's culture of free inquiry, and it teaches students to see words equivalent to violence and to interpret ideas and speakers either as safe or dangerous, and not merely as true or false. They see them as safe or dangerous. So if I were to go to a state university and say that I am a pro-life person, and here's my reasons for that, and if there's a student in there who's pro-choice, they would go, oh, that hurt me. You stop right now because that hurt me. Because I had a different viewpoint. And they don't learn anymore how to weigh the evidence from one side or the other without actually being emotionally hurt. So, protecting kids from risk by preventing them from gaining experiences. Things just like walking to school, climbing a tree, or using scissors causes kids to miss out on opportunities to learn skills, independence, and risk assessment. So by placing a protective shield over children, parents inevitably stunt their growth and they deprive them of the experiences they need to become successful, functional adults. So, children are anti-fragile. And for them to grow, they need opportunities to make decisions and to live out the consequences of those decisions. And they grow from both good decisions and bad decisions. But when we keep them from making those decisions, that stunts their growth and they become more and more fragile. All right, so next is academic stressors. Many teens experience some degree of academic pressure. High expectations from both parents and schools can take a toll on the student's mental health as they try to keep up what's being demanded of them. The pressure to maintain high grades often comes from this instilled fear of not getting into a good college or failing classes or living up expectations of a teacher or a parent. And so that can impact their mental health. So feeling unsafe at school, according to a 2021 poll by Navigate 360 and the Zogby Strategies, many school-age children simply don't feel that safety is a true priority of their schools. So only 37% of teens believe their schools have comprehensive plans in place for an emergency. Only 32% of teens believe their schools can handle an incident of self-harm or suicide. And in the poll, 58.4% of students surveyed said they were concerned about their mental health. And of the students surveyed, roughly 1/3 reported they don't get enough mental health support at home. So 38% of students surveyed said they didn't feel that the schools were meeting their mental health needs. So one, we need to stretch students. The other is we also need to make sure that they are feeling safe from true danger at schools. And when these kids say they're not feeling safe, they're talking about like if a shooter comes on campus. We're not talking about the safetyism of, a different idea. We're talking about shooters on campus. And so every time that happens somewhere in kids' minds, it's like, when's it going to happen at my school? And are we prepared enough? Do they have shooter on campus drills where the kids know what to do and those kinds of things? Digital safety and mental health. Teens today have never known a time without social media. Never known that. And so because of that, again, scientists have found this correlation between screen time and teen mental disorders. It's that excessive use of technology again. So 2018 study found that 59% of teens had experienced at least one of the 6 types of cyberbullying. 42% had experienced name calling. 32% experienced false rumors. 25% received explicit images without their consent. Constantly being asked where they are, what they're doing by someone other than a parent, 21%. And a lot of that's the cyber stalking that the chief of police was talking about, because they enter into these chat rooms and then people are they're asking questions. They're fishing, trying to get that information. And then physical threats, 16%, having their own explicit images shared without their consent, 7%. So even though youth have incredibly deep understanding of modern technology and the way it works, students and school staff have to adapt to remote learning forced on them by the pandemic. So that complete disruption of the in-person collaborative style caused many students to experience a high degree of anxiety and depression because of that. Problems at home. Youth who have turbulent home lives that include physical or emotional abuse, food or housing insecurity, community areas that are prone to violence, that affects their mental health. Teens today have fewer coping skills. Parents try to shield them from experiencing failure and disappointment, but that means they have fewer chances to build resilience that we've talked about, so they don't learn how to cope. Kids have an immature prefrontal cortex. The adolescent brain is still growing. So the prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that controls self-regulation. So if you ever think that kids are really impulsive and they haven't thought through the consequences of something, that's exactly true. But it's not necessarily their fault. It's because they have an incompletely developed prefrontal cortex. Your brain isn't entirely developed until like age 24 or 25. And part of this self-regulation issue also is that ability to understand long-term consequences. And so most teens make decisions based on short-term pleasure rather than long-term consequences because of that. So that's why they do risky behaviors. There's also a lack of just being outside because of that. So what can family members, caregivers do? All right, one of the most important things that we can do is just listen to teens. Listen to them. Families and caregivers just play such a critical role in providing safe, stable, and nurturing environments and relationships young people need to thrive. It's what the chief of police was talking about in terms of just be that safe person that kids can go to as an adult, that non-judgmental, safe person. And you don't have to have a PhD in clinical psychology to be able to help. You just need to be a good listener. Just your ministry of presence, a safe person. That's huge. Be the best role model that you can be for your young people by taking care of your own physical and mental health. For kids, more is caught than is taught. And so when you model good habits to your children about personal health, mental health, when they need it, they're going to go to you because you've modeled it. Help children and youth develop strong, safe, stable relationships with you and other supportive adults. Spend time with children and teens on activities that are meaningful to them. Show them love, acceptance. Praise them for the things they do well. Listen. Communicate openly about their feelings. Encourage children to ask for help. Connect them with other adults who can serve as mentors. That's one of the best things you can do is connect them with other adults that share your same values. Because kids, it's like, well, your mom and dad, they automatically have kind of an adversarial relationship with you. But if you can get them to talk to a coach, a teacher, or grandma or grandpa, or an aunt or an uncle who shares the same values, they'll listen to them because it's not mom and dad. So providing those are really important. Encourage children and youth to build healthy social relationships with their peers. This can be self-directed play or structured activities, after-school programs, putting them on sports teams, putting them in the choir, marching band, any of those kinds of things. Do your best to provide children and youth with supportive, stable, predictable home and neighborhood environments. A lot may be outside of your control. There'll be some trial and error. Try and figure out what works best for your child. But stick to regular and predictable daily schedule if it's possible, like regular dinner time and bedtimes. We had more meaningful discussions around our dinner table than, any other time. And that was one of our rules. You don't eat in your bedroom. You don't eat in the living room. Everybody eats around the table. And this is the time for debriefing of the day. And that's where some of the best training can take place, is just around the dinner table, as you're just talking about what happened during the day. Let me just share a video with you here. Go ahead and hit that.
We are sending you signals every day.
We are sending you signals every day.
We're sending you signals every day.
We're sending you signals every day.
I'll be feeling sad, but you're too busy to notice.
We are sending you signals every day.
I'll tell you that I'm feeling afraid,
but you'll just tell me everything is okay.
I'll get real angry about something, but you'll take it personally.
We are sending you signals every day. My grades will drop.
And you'll yell at me for not trying.
I stopped caring about how I look.
And you didn't even notice.
We are sending you signals every day.
I don't see my friends anymore.
And you think it's good that I'm always home.
We are sending you signals every day.
I'll tell you, I wish I could go to sleep and never wake up.
And you tell me to stop staying up so late.
We are sending you signals every day.
I need you to look.
I need you to listen. And ask me if you can help.
Really are sending signals. We just, as adults, parents, need to be alert to them and then engage and ask them what's going on. And then what can young people do? Go ahead and hit that. We got that. Here's what young people can do. Remember that mental health challenges are real, common, and treatable. You need to teach them that and have them the courage to realize that. Struggling with mental health doesn't mean that you're broken or that there's something wrong. Mental health is shaped by a lot of factors, including biology, life experiences. Get them to ask for help. Invest in healthy relationships. Social connection is a powerful buffer to stress and a source of well-being. But too often in our fast-paced lives, quality time, people get crowded out. And again, because of social media, because of devices. Make sure that we are enforcing our kids to have face-to-face time with their peers. Find ways to serve. Volunteer in your community. Volunteering here at the church, different ministries that are needed here at the church. Helping others when you're the one struggling might seem counterintuitive, but actually serving others is a real antidote to isolation and depression and anxiety. Learn and practice techniques to manage stress and other difficult emotions. And I'm going to give you some real specific things here in a minute. Take care of your body and mind. Stick to a schedule. Eat well. Stay physically active. Get quality sleep. Stay hydrated. Spend time outside. And avoid things that can make you feel tired, down, depressed, like alcohol, marijuana, vaping, and tobacco. All right? Stay away from those things. They're counterproductive. Be intentional about your use of social media, video games, and other technologies. Again, like I've said, I'm not against technology. It's the overuse of it. And so limit their use to that and help them think through which is the one that's the most important to me. You know, if I have to choose just one, which one's it going to be? And have them talk to you about why it's that one, what drives them to it. And be a source of support for others. Talk to family and friends about mental health issues. Teens need to listen to those who have gone before. And teens also need to take mental health seriously. Here's a video.
If you're watching this with your friends, you'll probably make a joke.
Because you know what you feel on the inside
isn't what you want people to know.
If you have to pretend to be happy,
find someone you trust and tell them.
If you get mad at things and you don't know why, or have thoughts about hurting yourself,
find someone you trust and tell them.
You are never alone when you share.
Seriously, people care about you. It's okay to not understand what you're feeling.
And it's easy to think that you're all alone.
But you don't have to be.
You're never alone when you share.
Don't be ashamed to tell someone you trust what you're feeling.
You're not alone.
You are not alone. Find someone you trust and tell them.
Tell a parent.
Tell a teacher.
Tell a brother or sister.
Or just tell a friend.
You haven't done anything wrong.
Talk to someone.
Talk to someone.
It's how things get better.
Just encouraging kids, talk, not be ashamed of what's going on. Be honest. You know, take down those facades that we put up. So, what I want to give you very quickly here, some therapeutic tips and techniques on how to deal with anxiety and depression. This first one is called, if you have a teen that's dealing with anxiety, or an adult, I do this over the phone almost daily with people who are expressing extreme anxiety. And this is called the 5-4-3-2-1 grounding technique. And what you do is it helps them to use all 5 of their senses to get back to the present, to the now, and not the future disasters that they're thinking is imaginary disasters they're thinking is going to happen. And so you do this with them, you make them do it out loud, and you would say, I want you to describe for me in as much detail as you can 5 things that you can see. And make them tell you the 5 things in as much detail as they can. And you encourage them with that. And then 4 things that they can feel. And it might be the clothes they're wearing, or the rug beneath their feet, or the hard chair that they're sitting on. And then 3 things that you can hear. Traffic noises, or the birds outside. 2 things that you can smell. Then 1 thing that you can taste. You know, you might have them go grab a mint or something from the fridge. How does that? So you have them go through the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and as much detail describing all those. And what it does is it takes their thoughts off of what was causing the anxiety. And when their thoughts are off the anxiety and on what you're doing, then it leaves. The other thing is what we call square breathing. And square breathing is simply this, where you're like, okay, get ready. Now, I want you to take a deep breath through your nose to the count of 4. Then you count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want you to hold it to the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now exhale through your nose, through your mouth to the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you get ready. Everybody in through the nose. Hold it. Out to the mouth. You did that for 5 minutes, you'll probably be asleep. And it helps to deal with the anxiety. All right, so those are 2 things to deal with anxiety. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding technique, and then the square breathing. Now, how to deal with depression. Understand and identify cognitive distortions. And there should be with you, I've given you an entire handout called Cognitive Distortions. Did everybody get that? Okay, you need to pick that up if you didn't get it. Yeah, you've got it. All right, some have, yeah. And so cognitive distortions or irrational beliefs are things that they're lies that we end up believing. And what happens is you believe this lie, which causes a negative emotional response. And that negative emotional response then triggers an unhealthy bodily, behavioral response. So, such as, if I'm feeling like if I didn't make the team, my thought is, I'm a loser. So that feels bad, so to make me not feel bad, I'm going to go drink and get drunk. And then that makes everything worse. So what you have to do is you have to identify the lie, the cognitive distortion, that irrational belief that's causing the negative emotional response. And then you replace it with a healthy response, with a truth. And so this is a whole list, all right, of irrational beliefs and cognitive distortions. And so what you need to do then is to find the truth, the opposite of one of these. And so here's just for an example, this one on discounting positives. Somebody says something good to you, and you'd say, hey, that was a really good solo. And you go, oh, but you didn't see the 3 times I messed up on it. See, you're discounting the positives. And so what you teach them is, no, when somebody makes a compliment and recognizes something, you accept it and be gracious and say, thank you for saying that. And you acknowledge the positive. So that's what you do with the cognitive distortions. And this whole thing here is the whole basis of cognitive behavioral therapy, is simply recognizing all of the lies. There's a really good book. It's called The Lies We Believe by Christian Thurman. And it's a Christian author, and it's all of the different lies. I mean, there are self-lies, worldly lies, marital lies, religious lies, and that we've all kind of somehow just taken in and believed. So we have to learn to recognize them and then replace them with the correct viewpoint. All right, prevention and help. What kind of things can we do? Hit that. We can reduce the electronics use before bedtime. Avoid electronics in kids' bedrooms. Make them, if they're going to work, if they're going to use electronics, they need to be in the living room, or the den where adults can monitor the use. Spend less time overall on devices. What's the magic number? 2 hours. Yep, that's the magic number, 2 hours. Take movement breaks periodically to avoid sitting for too long. Had a gentleman in here earlier who talked to me after the first session, and he says, I am a game addict, and at age 21, I developed my first blood clot at 21 because all he did was sit. And so this is one of those reasons why you want to take periodic movement breaks. All right. Monitor your child's internet use, social media accounts. Look at the content and digital books together with young children. Make sure time spent developmentally appropriate activities, like coloring, building things with Legos, socializing with friends, picking up some neighborhood kids, going to the park, playing on the swings. Avoid holding devices close to the head for long periods of time. We still do not know what the effect of holding devices up to the ear, that electronic EMT is doing to us. That's why whenever possible, I always just put my phone on speaker and hold it away from my head. Very rarely do you see me, with it like this because of the danger of that. And make sure that kids have other interests and activities beyond just doing screen time. And have a conversation with kids. Get screened, learn more, and get help. All right, questions that you might have. I know I've inundated you with a boatload of information and statistics and things, but it's late. I want you to be able to get out of here, make it at church on time in the morning. Any questions about the kind of things that we can do? Nope. Well, Lord bless you. Yes, go ahead. Well, the gradual tapering is going to be good for their eyes, actually. Yeah, because here's what things that you need to do. One is communication, so they don't feel like they're being punished, that they did anything wrong. And to communicate with them, hey, this is something that we as parents have learned, and it's a concern, and it's going to be for us as well as you. And so we're going to cut back on the amount, the time. The good news is you get to choose which games or platforms you want to do, but we're going to cut back less. The other thing is you need to provide options for them. Right, so yeah, so yes, but they don't have, yeah. Yeah, and give them other activities, such as if you're going to cut back on screen time, say 2 days a week, you get to have karate lessons. And you're taking them to do a physical activity that's going to take the place of when they would have been on screen time. And see, that is going to help their hand and eye coordination probably much better than playing a video game. And they're going to be not just looking at things here, they're going to be looking at things that are farther out. Or put them on a traveling soccer team, or a community soccer team, or a girls volleyball team, and provide other fun things for them. Or even say Tuesday nights are family game night, and all devices and everybody is going to be put away, and we're going to do something as a family. And there are some really fun things to do out there. So that's what you do, is you gradually reduce it. You tell them why you're doing it so that it doesn't come across as a punishment, and you model it, and then provide alternatives that are enjoyable for them. That makes sense? Yeah. That's a good question. Is there a point of no return? I don't think so. In fact, I think what happens is accelerated learning. So what may have taken a kid 18 years to learn, if you just held back and held back and held back, they never had a chance to, then all of a sudden they leave the nest, and now they start making a bunch of really bad decisions, suffering the consequences of them. They might catch up in 5 years because of the accelerated learning that takes place. So I don't think there's ever really a point of no return. That's the good news, is there can be some accelerated learning that takes place. Good questions. Deafness. That's the long-term effect, is we usually play it too loud, and you end up with nerve deafness because of it. So it doesn't do anything to your brain in terms of you can't think anymore or things like that. But when you have it in for too long, it does cause deafness. Yeah, having the ear pods because they're so loud. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I don't ever want someone to put it off as soon as possible. And if one form of counseling isn't working, get a different therapist. Try something different. Because not every therapist are created equal. Well, it depends. When you say therapy is not the way, it depends on your issues. Some of them are chemical, and so you need a physician to get like an antidepressant. Statistics have shown that the best results for like depression are as a combination of medicine and cognitive behavioral therapy. Yeah. And you have to choose your therapist well. Again, not all therapists are created equal. And you want a Christian therapist who's licensed. You know, that's really, really important. There depends upon what the medication is, and so each of those have different long-term effects. But there can be, depending upon what your medication is for and what it has, like I had a sister who had schizophrenia, and so she was on some pretty serious meds, and one of the long-term effects of that is what we call pill rolling, because she would do like this, and she would that kind of a thing. But most anti-anxieties and antidepressants don't have those serious side effects, you know, like what lithium for bipolar or some of the others would. And you have to look at every medication to see what the long-term side effects of it are. But there are some. And so you have to judge, you know, if I don't take my antidepressant and I end up suicidal versus I take my antidepressant, maybe have some kidney failure in the future, you know, which is more important. So that's kind of what you have to do. Good question, though. Yes. Yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah, anytime that the doctor puts you on a medication, never cold turkey stop them. My wife was on an antidepressant, and I was speaking out in Idaho. She went with me, and she forgot it. And the second day of not taking it, she started having hallucinations. And yeah, they were pretty serious. So we called the doc and the pharmacy, you know, just transferred it to a Walgreens in Boise, and as soon as she took her meds, then the hallucinations stopped. But yeah, you don't ever just go cold turkey on meds, because they can be some pretty serious effects. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. All right. Thank you very much. Les?
Brother Zusiak, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you to all of you for coming. I pray that it's been helpful. And I just want us to close in prayer. I'm going to pray for the trip home that I know many of you have, and pray that it's safe. If you're concerned about it at all, we have a shower in the basement. You can spend the night, come to church in the morning. Let's pray. Lord above, we thank you for your grace, and thank you for this time together, and ask God that you would just help us to take this wealth of information and put it into practice, so that the lives of our children and our grandchildren and those that we work with and know would be benefited, and that they might, Father, have mental health as we know is appropriate and good, and as you've designed for them to have. And Father, again, I just want to ask for your blessing on these people and all that they do to reach children in their lives. And now I ask for their safe travels and journey home. Make everything go smoothly, make the vehicles run, keep everybody safe and away from any accidents or any of that sort of thing. And thank you, Lord, for just being with him. And I ask it all in